five people were killed. Another report says seven were killed. So I would love, well, Sahara reporters reported this alongside some of the media outlets as well. But we wait to hear from the military themselves as they were contacted, but nothing yet. No information from the military concerning this yet. Nothing was said to the media. But I do hope that something will be done. And for those that have been affected, those that were killed, it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that those that were meant to protect them from killers, unfortunately, um, enabled the death of, or caused the death of some of them. Now, this is troubling for me, but we'll wait for more information and, of course, how government will react to this because these people need to be taken care of. Now, moving away from that story, let's go to Rivers State now. Rivers State Police Public Relations Officer SP Grace Iringi Koko has disclosed that ladies collecting transport fare from a man with the aim of visiting that man without showing up amounts to a crime punishable by law. Yes, I'm sure this will make the gentleman the gentleman behind the camera smile. Yeah, people like Paul and Jerry, they will be happy at this news. Well, she explained that's the public relations officer Iringi Koko, SP Iringi Koko. She explained that this amounts to obtaining money by false pretense, which is against the Nigerian constitution. And this, of course, has sparked reactions, debates on and off social media as many Nigerians criticized her, saying many serious crimes are happening around the country while the police seem focused on trivialities, they call it. Others say they now have a legal basis to report people who have falsely received money from them, in this manner. Now, that's the video. I would like for you to take a listen to this video, and then we'll have this conversation. So there's a divide now. The men are on one side, the women are on another side. But let's have you take a listen to the video itself.
From a man without going to see him is an offense. A punishable offense is obtaining money under false pretense. 419. I am here to give you this piece of information because I am your number one bestie. My name is SP Grace Iringi Koko, the Police Public Relations Officer for the Rivers State Police Command. Thank you.
There you have it. There you have it. Your number one bestie has given you that information. Okay. I think she's number one bestie to men now, not to women, because the women, they've come down hard at her and, saying that there are more important crimes, more important things to look out for. People are swindling people. People are killing people. That's what the police should be delving into, not who collects money from who. But now, regardless of how you look at this, it's a serious issue, all right? Like it or not, it is obtaining money by trick. And I think there was a report some time back about some lady who was taken to court. Was that really something that happened, or was that a skit? Anyway, there was something some time back about a lady who was taken to court for collecting money from a man who invited her over, but then she did not turn up. She collected money, I think, 2 or 3 times from the guy before he got upset and charged her to court. And then she was made to pay something. Now, I'm not certain if that really happened or if that was some content, but it was out there on social media. And it's something, now for some young women, it's a means of livelihood. It's as troubling as it is, it's a means of livelihood. It is corruption. It speaks to the corruption that we talk about that has permeated our society. Everybody, one way or another, looks for a way to swindle the other person. But the bottom line is, like my late mother would always say, don't bite. Okay, no. What she would always say is, if you know you don't want to have anything to do with an individual, don't accept gifts from them. That's one of the things that she drummed into us, the children, male, female, Don't accept gifts from anybody you know. Once you know their intention and you know that it's not something you want to get involved in, then don't accept gifts from them. Um, there's a saying that don't bite more than you can chew, or don't bite what you don't want what you don't want to chew. So if you know that the person reaching out to you is somebody that you don't want to have anything to do with, and this is going out to the females now, it's in your best interest. If you want to show respect for yourself and show that you have dignity, it's in your best interest to turn the person down. And when they offer money, you let them know that, look, I'm not interested. I don't want to have a relationship with you. And if you're offering me this money to win me over, then it's not going to work. But then if they press on, if they try to show that they have the money to spend, and they say, oh no, I'm just giving it to you because, I just want to take care of you, give you. That's okay. That's okay, because you have laid your cards on the table. It's no longer obtaining by trick. All right. You've laid it down. And this applies to the men as well, because from what I understand, in our society now, even men get invited, and some of them even collect gifts and monies when they get invited, and then some of them don't even show up. It's a crazy society that we're living in. Things have really changed. If you look back from where we are coming from, a lot has changed, really. So this advice goes to both the men and the women. Horrible. Now, if you feel like somebody has obtained money falsely from you, they have deceived you, it's okay for you to go to the police. It's okay for you to get a lawyer. And if you have evidence, of course, receipts, transfer receipts, and the rest of them, it's okay to get the law involved and see how you can make them pay. So that's just the information out there. Whichever side of this divide you sit on, it's best. Another thing that my mother will always say is a good name is better than riches. I know a lot of people will debate that today, because people would rather get rich by any means possible than have a good name. So, that's up to you to debate. But some people held that to heart and try to live by such principles. Oh, well, away from all of that, getting to another story. Now, this is troubling, if you ask me. A video has gone viral on social media showing how the bolts and nuts holding up the metal structures on the River Niger have been loosened. Now, this has raised concerns about the integrity of the structure and the safety of thousands of commuters and travelers who use the bridge daily. Now, that's another video I would like for us to see. Take a look.
Video I'm making about this bridge that connects Onitsha, Anambra State, and Asaba Delta State. You get, this bridge has been so dilapidated for over 5 years now, and in this bridge there is some joints I want to show you people. The joint, the pan that holds the iron metal of this bridge, some of the pan they have lost the knot. The knot is no longer there again. I don't know why, if this people is trying to make this bridge to fall. Now, this is the example of what I'm talking about. As you can see, look at this knot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out of 12 knots here, only 2 is remaining. It's not only this one, different slabs. Some they will lose the knot and carry this metal. They will remove and carry this metal. I don't know if they don't want this bridge to fall. This is our national treasure. Please, therefore, there is a security agencies here. There is army there. There is all the counter security units there also. But yet they don't know who is losing this thing. They don't know who's losing it. If you check, if you go up in one segment or the other, they will lose this thing, take the knot, and carry this iron metal. Look at this one. As you can see, look at this one also. Get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, only 1 and 2 here. I don't know. This is how they have been losing this. See this one also. I don't even understand. This bridge they shake. Leave the bounce. Please, Minister of Works, please help us and do something. Please, help us and do something. Now look at this one. You see? Look at this one. If I know where I can buy this boat, I'll buy it and use it and tie it to the bridge. The knots that have been taking it from one boat to another. Now, as you can see, this is how this thing is. This is how it is normal. Compare this one now to the other one I showed you guys. You see, this one knot is still complete, but some others, they don't have this. And some, they have loosed the knot already. And here also, let me show you. I don't know what happened. This place now is covered like this before now. It's covered like this before. But I don't know what really happened here. Is it that, did they lose it or they did not put it there at initial time? I don't know. I don't understand. Even this pathway now will no longer work here. Show them. Do you understand? So please, they have not maintained this bridge for so long. Now you can no longer see asphalt now. This is only stone base. This is only you are seeing stone base. This is the stone base of the bridge. No more.
All right, so this is a complicated issue, I must say. It's negligence on the part of government that's meant to maintain this bridge and the horrible attitude of some individuals. It's a complicated issue. And of course, I must applaud this the young man there for making the video, as this has drawn attention to the state of the bridge. Now, bolts, knots being taken away, it basically means that the bridge is an accident waiting to happen because it could collapse at any point in time. The more they continue to remove those things, the more the integrity of the bridge is called to question. But another issue there is the fact that the asphalt on the bridge has worn off, and you start to ask yourself, when was the last time maintenance was carried out on that bridge? So if maintenance is carried out on the bridge frequently, they should know that yes, the asphalt needs to be replaced. There need to be some work done on the bridge itself to ensure that it is firm enough, the floor of the bridge is strong enough. But the issue here is our attitude to structures that are put in place for our own convenience. All right, government. No matter the finger you want to point at government, there are some structures that government have put in place. Now, this has persisted over time, where bridges are built, roads are built, and people go there to steal parts of it. For what purpose? To make the government look bad? Or because you are hungry? I mean, this is not even hunger. I have seen situations where chippings and sand were provided for the construction of a road. And of course, the construction of that road will make life easy for the residents of that area. But some of the residents in that area, the landlords actually, a few of the landlords in that area will come out at night to steal the chippings, to steal the sand, so they could build their own structures in their houses. That's stealing. And then when the project is abandoned, you still come out to blame the government for abandoning the project. I mean, we should. Government talks about manning, bringing out guards. All right, guards to guard our bridges, guards to guard. It's laughable when we talk about it that way. It's laughable, but then don't you think we need some sort of protection now, since we the people have decided to destroy the things that have been put in place to make our lives better? We go out of our way at night. We take blinkers on the road. Now, there was a young man who was arrested right after the reconstruction. After work was done on the Third Mainland Bridge some years back, he was arrested for stealing the blinkers on the bridge. A few other people have come out to complain that some of the bars, the railings, have been taken away. Roadsides are being destroyed. Manholes, the covering of manholes are taken away. These things they were there to protect lives and property, protect you from driving into the manholes. But then somebody removed them and sell them. We go into some of these manholes, access cables that are meant to provide telecommunication and the likes, and some people cut them off to sell. So we have become destructive as a people. And I honestly think people that are involved in this, whenever they are caught, they should be made to face the law. Now, I don't want to call for capital punishment, because that would come off as being really, really harsh. But then they should be made to face the law, and people need to see them face the wrath of the law. People need to see the trial take place. All right. We also need to see that They are sentenced and they are made to do time or whatever punishment is meted out at them. Because if something goes bad with the bridge or any other infrastructure that has been tampered with, it will impact on a lot more lives than one can imagine. A lot more people might lose their lives if this bridge goes down. Well, it's horrible, horrible, I must say. Oh well. Away from all of that conversation, let's take a minute. Let's run to the papers now, see what the dailies have for us this morning before we get into the conversation proper. So I do have the papers with me. So running to the papers now, we have the Punch, the Guardian, the Nation newspaper, and Daily Trust as well. So yes, here are. Now, New Telegraph has these headlines here. Bogu attack. Catholic bishops demand action against terrorists. Sponsors. FG state begin rescue operation for abducted Niger worshippers. PFN condemns attack. Seek quick, safe rescue. No contact made by abductors. Commissioner. 163 freed Kwara abductees reunite with families. The window headlines on the cover page of the New Telegraph. On top of the masthead, we have these headlines. H126. Telecom operators record 14 billion naira annual loss on 5,000 fiber cuts. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Fiber cuts. These things have been destroyed and now it's amounting to losses. 14 billion naira annual loss. So maybe a little look at this story. So yeah, the Nigerian telecommunications industry recorded more than 5,000 fiber optic cable cuts in the first half of 2026, with road construction, excavation, and related civil works identified as the leading cause of these fiber cuts. And this, of course, has made communication a lot more difficult. And, well, somebody somewhere will have to pay at the end of the day. All right. Tinubu, train 7 critical to Nigeria's gas-led economic future. Train 7 critical to Nigeria's gas-led economic future. And then window headlines here. Governors back CNG initiative. Reject blame over fuel subsidy funds. Tinubu orders rollout of additional 500 CNG refueling stations. Well, we'll talk more about this during newspaper review, but the conversation around CNG introduction this conversation has been on since 2023, since the president came out to say subsidy was gone. We started talking about CNG. Now, this CNG is coming up after some countries have moved away from CNG. Malaysia has moved away from CNG after trying CNG for about 15 years. And then the government said, okay, it's time for us to go into electric vehicles. So the world is moving to electric vehicles now. But, well, it's a start for us. It's a start. But it's a bit conflicting, if you ask me, because the president is talking about a reintroduction of CNG. How about the ones that were introduced? How well have they fared? How many vehicles were converted from petrol to CNG? How many CNG outlets do we have? How many functional outlets do we have? And how many people use them, really? Now, government, on the other hand, is also getting electric vehicles for civil servants. So let's move on to another headline here. 2027, INEC to publish Guba Assembly Provisional List tomorrow. Anambra, now Africa's gully erosion capital, Soludo, declares state of emergency and environment. Well, this is coming from the New Telegraph. That's the New Telegraph newspaper. And then we have other headlines here. After Gusau board's exit, Tinubu moves to reset football. Others, reforms. Air Peace diverts Lagos Asaba flights over poor visibility. 2027, FG's $1 billion social fund vote buy-in in disguise. FG's $1 billion social fund vote buy-in in disguise, coming from the ADC. Terrorism, end killings now. Reps, minority tells Tinubu. And then bottom strip there we have low carb diet may trigger dangerous cholesterol rise. That's from a study carried out. Now let's move away from the New Telegraph. Let's go to another daily here. Let's touch on Nigerian Tribune now. Nigerian Tribune's big story is on economic reforms. Experts weigh gains, costs, prospects. Economy has stabilized, Finance Minister declares. Says focus now on conversion of stability to prosperity. Cautions against reform fatigue. Governors reject blame over accountability for fuel subsidy removal proceeds. So now it's the back and forth. The presidency, the federal government says, ask your governors. The governor says, no, it's not our fault that things are the way they are. Oh well. Window headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. End bloodshed, terrorism, banditry in the north. Reps Minority Caucus urges Tinubu. Adelabu ends contest for Oyo APC ticket. Laments injustice. Urges reconciliation ahead of 2027. I take that one again. Adelabu ends contest for Oyo APC ticket. Laments injustice. Urges reconciliation ahead of 2027. That's former Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu. Oh well, we'll talk more about this during newspaper review. So let me reserve the comments for that time. And that's another reason for you to stay with us. All right. Now getting into some of the headlines here. Traffic returns on Oyekiti, Ilukbeju Kaba Road after emergency repairs. INEC publishes particulars of governorship state assemblies candidates today. G100 gathers ADC, PDP, SDP, others Monday to plot opposition cooperation. Moves 5 specialized working groups. Key documents to be ready in 4 weeks if approved. Tinubu in closed-door meeting with APC governors. PCC tops discussions. All right, campaign in full swing. And on health here, eating tomatoes daily may help decrease fat buildup in the liver, according to a study. So tomatoes are even expensive right now. How much is a basket? Okay, somebody will tell me that. Well, let's go to the Vanguard newspaper now. NFF board resignation. Tinubu directs comprehensive football reform. 756 cases in 7 months. Experts seek tougher action against Nigeria's sexual violence. That's quite concerning. Nigeria's economy stabilizes according to NEC, that is. Fuel hike. Labor CSOs accuse FG operators of gang up exploitation. I noticed fuel queues in some parts of Ikeja yesterday, and I was asking. There were queues. There were people were getting into panic mode, rushing into the filling station with jerry cans and the rest of them. Is it? Are we seeing a return of queues at our filling stations? Oh, well, I hope not, because fuel right now is pretty expensive. All right. And just the other day, I got fuel for 1,230 naira in this part of town, and I'm talking about the mainland, Lagos mainland. So you can imagine what some of the people in other parts of the country are getting fuel for. In some cases, it's as much as 1,300 in some cases. So I think there should be some regulation in that area. Now let's go to the Punch newspaper. Now the Punch has these headlines. The big story: Tinubu APC governors move to fix campaign list crisis. That's after they withdrew the initial list. Tinubu governors APC heavyweights hold 2-day strategy meeting in Asu Rock. APC may drop controversial chieftains as PCC list undergoes review. APC plans more social interventions ahead of 2027 poll after $1 billion scheme. And then right on top of the masthead, you have this headline: WAEC result crisis worsens as official alleges irregularities, glitches. 2027, APC opposition clash over FG's $1 billion household palliative. Opposition alleges FG's 2027 vote buying strategy. All right. And then we have some of the headlines here. FG states target cheaper transport fares with CNG bus rollout. Suspected thugs foil Ondo Speaker's impeachment. You see this conversation around CNG bus rollout? I think it's just all talk. I think it's just all campaign because we haven't seen that work really. So talking about a rollout at this time is just pure campaigning. And I think Nigerians should be a lot wiser. All right, Nigerians should be wiser now. And, government also talking about the 1 billion naira hope. There's a name for it. It's, hope for some families, that 1 billion naira to be shared amongst the poorest of the poor. It's terrible campaigning. It's terrible campaigning. And Nigerians should start understanding that if a government fails to provide good living conditions for you, good conditions for your businesses to thrive, while they are in government, and when it comes to campaign season, they start churning out these things, then they are just trying to, use you because your votes matter. All right? So when some people come out to threaten you not to vote, let them know that, look, you are a Nigerian, you are going to vote regardless of any threat anybody's saying. And my advice to you is that you use your vote to get the government that you want, to get the people that you want in government into government, whoever it is, whichever one you support. Ensure that you use your vote and don't be moved, don't be cowed by whatever give out, whatever handout that government is giving. Now, the government in power or anybody else is giving to you at this time. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's just deceitful gift. Deceitful gift. Oh well. Away from all of that, let's get into the main conversation for this morning and talking about security now. Sunday Igboho launches Irueko security outfit in Ogun. Says federal government will train the members. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us. Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has formally launched the Ogun State chapter of his security outfit, codenamed Irueko Security Network. Speaking of the launch, Igboho said the federal government would determine who would train members of the outfit, while the Ogun State Governor's office will decide where they would be deployed. Now, in his words, the federal government will decide who will come and train us. The governor's office tell us where they will place us. And as they wrap up that training, every person will be issued an ID card at the local government level. Now, Sunday Igboho also said that the state government had already assured the group of its support, adding that authorities will determine a monthly allowance for members to enable them to provide for their families. Now, that's the video you have on the screen, and quite a number of people in attendance, if you ask me. A lot of them looking like they are putting on some sort of uniform. Now, well, let's take a listen. Let's take a listen.
Then, wọ́n bá ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tóní fún wa ẹ̀ńtà bá yẹn ní kọ̀mánàntì máa sọ fún yín. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ní discipline. Kèsì pé kákẹ́ máa ṣe gàràgàrà kí àdúgbò tó dúró jẹ́ wọ́n ti train mi mo ti ní ID card. Federal government máa yàn àwọn tó máa wá ṣe fún wa wá wọ́n train yín gómìnà sọ̀fì tó máa kó wa sí wọ́n sì train yẹn. Tó bá ti ń parí train yẹn ní local government wọ́n mọ̀ fún kálukú ní ID card yẹn. Gómìnà ọdẹ ẹ̀sìn tó fún wa wọ́n fún wa ní báyìí. Wọ́n dẹ̀ mọ̀ sọ tó máa fún wa lóṣooṣù tó máa fi support wa. Tọ́ra níyàwó alọ́mọ. Wúgbọ́! Wúgbọ́! Kìrìkù! Èmi ò wá ní fẹ́ kọjá pé torí bá ti ní àdékàdé rẹ̀ ọkùnrin ìjọba fún wa káwọn ọmọ gbẹ̀yàwó yàwó ká máa lọ dàdúgbò rú. Dábọ̀ Amẹ́ríkà ìwé ẹ̀kú fún ẹ̀lẹ́sìn Amẹ́ríkà ó fẹ́ ní pé ìkẹta dálẹ̀ yìí ká bá ṣe dáadáa. Àwọn civil defence inú ọjà náà tó máa ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀. Gbogbo defence la máa ń pè wọ́n. Bàbá tó ṣe dáadáa tó mọ tó ń ṣe. Ó bí láì. Federal wọ́n ti wá ń gbogbo Nàìjíríà ń ṣe. Tá a bá ṣe dáadáa. Àti ní àwọn ọmọ ní dẹ́ta, àníwọ̀lẹ́dọ́, àwọn ti orí omi gbogbo náà wà ń bíbà. Then tí wọ́n bá ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tóní fún wa, ẹ̀ńtà bá yẹn ní kọ̀mánà.
All right, the rise of vigilante in Nigeria. That's what I call that one. Rise of vigilante groups in Nigeria. Oh, well, we have joining us in the studio now, Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. We're good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning, Moses. Home alone today.
Oh, well. We also have, joining us virtually, we have Mr. Eze Luchie, who is a lawyer and, of course, a public affairs commentator. Good to have you join us this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, great. Now, let me start off with you. First question, how did we get here? And by here, I mean an individual who initially was being chased by the state, pardoned as it were, now leading a vigilante group for the country, starting from the Southwest and Ogun State, as we can see. How did we get here? And what does this say about, the security architecture as we know it in Nigeria today?
Thank you very much. I think we've been here in the past. It's not just how did we get here. We've been here because during the Muhammadu Buhari era, the federal government virtually armed the Fulani herdsmen militia to unleash terror across various parts of the country. Because the nexus between them was inexplicable. Can't doubt it. Government will not agree, but the fact that when they operate, the soldiers and policemen give way, and then after they've operated, the soldiers and police come on board, gives you an indication that there was a unified command structure between the official security apparatus of Nigeria and the Fulani militia under Muhammadu Buhari. So what we are seeing happening now is that Mr. Bola Tinubu is trying to replicate what Buhari did with the Fulani militia, with this ragtag band, with this cartel, this group that I assure you eventually will be better armed than even the Nigerian police. We are beginning to understand why several things happened in this country and are happening. It is not by accident that the highest ranking soldier in Nigeria is from the Chief of Defense Staff. The highest ranking police officer is of the same ethnic group. The highest ranking intelligence officer, the head of the SS, Ajayi, is also from the same ethnic group. The commander of the Brigade of Guards, General Onasayan, from the same ethnic group. The president's AGC, from the same ethnic group. So what is going on now? It's not new, but Nigerians should become aware, because this portends grave danger for the polity. In my estimation, there is absolutely nothing different from what Sunday Igboho is doing now and Nnamdi Kanu did about 5-6 years ago, that he was hounded, westernized, and now incarcerated. You see there, what you see is an ethnic militia. And we know where he's telling
the difference. There's a difference actually. One was calling for cessation. One was calling for cessation. Another is at this point in time looking at protecting people. Isn't that
okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me address that. You see, when Mr. Nnamdi Kanu came up, his objective was clear: to protect the southeast from the rampaging Fulani militia headsmen. And his boys were actually in the bush combating and these rascal elements from Fulani headsmen, and they were succeeding. So you can say whatever he's saying, but we know this pattern. That's why I say it is not new. I tell you what he's saying, it is not new.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Government itself has not even put a stamp on Irueku. We haven't heard that there has been.
That direction. Don't go that direction. Mr. Igboho did not make that pronouncement in secret. It was in very open, it was in the public domain. The government officials, the IG of police, the DSS, the presidency, the governor of the state are all hearing what he's saying. If he was not in connivance with them, if he was not in league with them, I am assuring you that at that point, that gathering would have been scattered. But he's doing what he's doing with the explicit approval of the presidency. Don't just say that government has not made any comment. They have made all the comments. In this instance, silence is all the comment we need. The question we now need to ask ourselves is this: why is Nnamdi Kanu in prison in Sokoto? If Igboho can be patrolling and ganging up this ethnic militia, why is Nnamdi Kanu in jail? Do we have different laws for different people? The IPOB, when it was set up, was protecting the southeast from the rampaging Fulani herdsmen. And then, yes, Igboho himself was declaring Odua Republic. Let us not mistake it. And what I see going on is an ethnic militia being funded by the federal government. That is why when people like us now say the Fulani terrorism government is complicit in terror, you begin to say, where is the proof? Where is this? We are seeing it now with this Igboho character. He has made this very clear comments. Federal government will train us. They will tell us who will train us. The state government will issue us ID cards and they will tell us where to be deployed. What does that tell you? That tells you that this is in sync with the Bola Tinubu regime. And you know what? Let me give you, because these guys think they are smart. What is happening is this. This ethnic militia is being prepared in advance of the 2027 elections.
All right, okay, so that's another question I was going to ask, but let's hold on to that thought. Let's get the views of the studio guest here, and then we'll come back to that particular angle, because that's another question I was going to ask. But let me ask you, the fact that an act of parliament has not, put its stamp, has not officially recognized Irueku, and yet we have Sunday Igboho, the proponents of Irueku, now making such statements. What is that? Does that legalize this security outfit? And you can see the number of people there. They were putting on a uniform, actually. So this basically looks like the recruits.
You see, up till this moment, there has not been any official stamp. But I may be a little bit emotional in my intervention this morning. The history of herders, farmers' clash in the Southwest dated back to even during the military era. And I was personally, as a young reporter in the government house, 2001, when Lamadishino was the governor of Oyo State. When the late president, he was then not the president, came to Oyo State along with the current chairman of NDLEA, Bubamarua, brigadier retired, and Ahmed Joda. Those were the three people I was able to identify. I was a reporter. I was in that banquet hall of the government house. When he came and said, "Your people are killing my people," one director of DSS, his name is Akonde, then Dan Baba was then CP Oyo State. He was also there. He was invited. And the GOC then, I think it was Sally. So they were all there at the government house. It was like they were boiling for a fight. In fact, they practically took over the secretariat, that workers were running away, thinking that there was something serious. So the then governor, Lamadishino, told the director of DSS, Akonde, and Dan Baba to give security reports on the situation. And they came with photographs and other evidence. The one that was recorded, 286 farmers were killed in Okeogun and the Barapa area of that state by herders. Some were mutilated and all that. And they were also raping women. Then there was no Boko Haram. And so, when Lamadishino had to make, because it's naturally, according to protocol, he will be the last person to talk. And he said, if you, as a former head of state, that had ruled over Nigeria, will come and tell me that your people are killing my people at this point in time, then what else do you expect other people to say? That why are you so deep in bigotry and ethnic chauvinism? As a matter of fact, he left in annoyance with his entourage. The banquet prepared for him, he couldn't wait to eat. And the only reason why he came was there was a reprisal by the farmer, which led to the death of 2 herdsmen. Now look at the ratio of 286 and 2. That is the beginning. And at some point, this guy was not fighting government. Igbo was not fighting government. What he was saying is, these herders, they are visitors. They are not indigenes. They can't come and overrun us. You have to leave. No farmer will go and take over land in any part of the northern part of this country and say, I am cultivating, and you can go to hell. Then why should you come here, bring your cow, which is private business? And that was how the whole thing started. There was no day Igbo ever instigated any Yoruba against the state. You also recall that the military arm of OPC, resurrected by Onitiri, Abiola, when they stupidly went to the government house in Ibadan on a Saturday, saying they want to take over government. As I'm talking to you, those that were arrested are still in Agodi prison as we speak. Because an average Yoruba man will not support such incident.
So your point here is that, what's your point exactly? That
Now, my point here is, if you go as a bona fide Yoruba person, says no to invasion of outsiders in Yoruba land, I don't think it is too much for him to do.
Okay.
And till today, nobody had officially endorsed this. But we Yoruba people were in support of him.
Okay, so now at some point his residence was invaded.
Of course.
And then they found Buhari guns. Now. They found guns there, and those guns were said to be there illegally.
You see, let me tell you, you know Buhari, and we know what government can do. Buhari never pretended to be the sponsor of these headers.
Is there a difference between what Igboho did in the past, calling for Oduduwa nation, and what Nnamdi Kanu also did, and what he's been incarcerated for?
Oduduwa nation was never spearheaded by Igboho. Oduduwa nation was spearheaded by Professor Akintoye and his group.
Okay.
You understand?
But we saw Igboho canvassing for that as well.
He supported it.
Is there a difference, really?
There's a difference.
What's the difference?
The way Yoruba went about establishing Oduduwa Republic was through diplomacy and correspondence between these people and United Nations and all that. And we saw the way it was progressing. And we were hoping on that until Onitiri decided to bring in militia arm. And it was quickly suppressed.
All right, but Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, they've also sought international, connivance in all of that.
You see, the point of departure, which IPOB also distanced itself from, was when there were incitements. IPOB maintained that level of maturity by saying, we did not instigate violence, okay, and we will not instigate violence. And as such, we should be removed from list of terrorist groups, which I also support.
Okay.
At some point, IPOB was not supporting this guy that was jailed in which country now?
Simon Ekpa. Finland.
Yeah, in Finland. They didn't support him. And I also remember that at some point, Nnamdi Kanu also tried as much as possible to de-escalate.
But the bottom line
to de-escalate violence in the southeast. But those people, they were not ready to listen to him at that point. So, for me, I believe that whatever Igboho is doing to secure southwest Yoruba land, and even extending to Kogi, where you have Yoruba people, and Kwara, where we have Yoruba people, I think
the bottom line now is these two gentlemen have been seen as agitators for their people, but one is being embraced by the government, and the other is being thrown in jail. That's the difference, and that's the bone of contention here.
Well, you see, I don't want to dwell
on that
much on this because I don't want to ruffle feathers.
Okay,
you understand? Because it's a highly emotional discourse.
Would you admit that the federal government, from the Buhari era into the Tinubu era, have favored a few people, favored Sunday Igboho in particular? Because
Sunday Igboho was never favored by Buhari.
Okay, by Tinubu.
It was as a result of Sunday Igboho that they sent Buratai as soon as he was retired in the Nigerian army as chief of army staff, as ambassador to Republic of Benin. But for the intervention and surreptitious support given by Yoruba elite, only God knows what would have happened to Sunday Igboho today.
So the elites backed him up, spoke in his favor, and then that led to
of course,
the Tinubu administration releasing him.
He couldn't have hired the top.
He was favored by the Tinubu administration.
Tinubu was not in government when Igboho was chased out of Nigeria.
But Tinubu was in government when he came back from Germany.
That's what I'm saying.
When
At
he
that
came back
time,
to Nigeria.
when he came back to Nigeria, Tinubu was already in government.
So you but
And
okay.
you recall that the current Oba of Olubadan of Ibadan was in Aso Rock to plead on his behalf. And that he has seen, though he is not saying that
All right.
he shouldn't support Yoruba nation,
Okay.
that he shouldn't support protecting Yoruba land,
But you
even
do
beyond
agree,
the southwest.
But you do understand how some individuals will feel, especially from the southeastern part of Nigeria, that elites in the southeast spoke to the government as well, from Buhari's government into Tinubu's government, spoke on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, but yet we saw how the case went and how he was thrown in jail, and how elites in the southwest spoke in favor of Sunday Igboho, and then he was allowed back into the country. You understand how some individuals will feel about partiality.
But you know that
dealing with some of this.
Buhari had not left government when Igboho came back to this country.
No, Buhari had left government when he came back. Buhari had not left government before he was released in Benin, and then he went to Germany.
But
So
I'm
Buhari
telling you
had
that
left when he came back into Nigeria.
He came back twice to Nigeria. And in the security circle, they were aware.
Okay. I'm not privy to that information.
I know.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Mr. Eze Eluchie now. I'd like you to react to this seeming one-sided judgment or seeming partiality, in government. And also, I would like us to touch on the issue of the campaigns coming up, around the corner. Sunday Igboho has come out to say in March precisely, 2026, March precisely, he did say that no individual, specifically mentioning Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, should campaign in the Southwest. That if they come to campaign in the Southwest, they will be resisted. And here we have this individual given the thumbs up by certain leaders in the Southwest, and supported by the governor of Ogun State as well, and giving 100,000 naira and a Hilux vehicle and the 100 million. Ooh, okay, 100 million, a Hilux vehicle and the rest of them. What is the perception? Does this give the impression that this is politically motivated against certain individuals that might want to campaign in the Southwest in the build up to 2027?
Thank you very much. I think when you say seeming partiality, you're not being truthful. There is outright, palpable partiality in the system. I mean, the two men, Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu, are basically the same one.
But you also, as we talk about the partial, I'm sorry to interrupt your line of thought there.
Yeah, go ahead.
But as we talk about partiality, you will also understand that at some point, some individuals that were claimed to be, and I choose my words very, very carefully here, claimed to be associates of IPOB were accused of, attacking people in the Southeast. And we don't have that same thing happening with
no. Let me tell you something. I am in no worry. Most of the attacks attributed to the IPOB were done by the then federal government. And I say that with emphasis. And I have written it and I've spoken. I'll give you a critical example. The so-called jailbreak from Owerri prisons, when over 1,800 prisoners walked out. They walked out of the prison without any gunshot fired at anybody. In a prison where mobile policemen, the prison armed guards are all over the place. The governor's house is immediately adjacent to the prison. The state police command headquarters is immediately behind the prison. 1,800 prisoners walked out. The only one who was stampeded to death was an elderly inmate. This was a clearly federal government orchestrated security breach. And that was the major issue of that was the criminality began. Most of the crimes were committed. Even this militant from the Niger Delta, Asari Dokubo, was saying he was the one killing Igbos, and he was mentioning specific towns. So when you say IPOB was attacking Igbos, that is neither here nor there. That is not the issue. The issue is that we know where these things were coming from, and it is clear. I mean, it's not your views at VOP, it's my views, and I've stated that it's empirically backed up with facts. So with regards to the political nature of this, oh sure, clearly it has, Sunday Igboho may be posturing as a Yoruba nationalist, but in clear terms, he's just an APC card. I remember he has the APC card, he has been featuring in APC meetings, and this militia will be used for politics. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Let's forget all this posturing. Mr. Fanimo said he doesn't like to ruffle feathers, but I like to ruffle feathers by saying the truth. And the truth is, yes, the truth is this Sunday Igboho's militia is clearly political, is ethnic, and it falls in line with the mindset, the mentality of Mr. Bola Tinubu. I mean, even in terms, in all he's doing, you see him directly trying to carve out a Southwest, a Yoruba state from the Federation, in terms of budgetary expenses, in terms of the so-called signature infrastructure projects. Look at the airport rebuilding in Lagos. Look at the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, starting from the Southwest, before it gets to wherever it will stop. Look at the Badagry Sokoto Highway, starting from Badagry, before it gets to any other region, it will stop. So this is clear political and ethnic, sadly ethnic, because Nigeria, we should have outgrown this level, and we should be more pluralistic, accommodating of one another. But with a character like Mr. Bola Tinubu, ready to fan the embers of ethnic hatred, ready to sponsor and support an ethnic militia, preparing to elections. This same character which Sunday Igboho has threatened the ADC and the NDC, that is P2B and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He's threatening them from campaigning in the Southwest. And we are still discussing maybe or not maybe. Well, Nigeria should be aware of all this and then begin to prepare the best option to address this unfolding mayhem. Because all I see coming from this whole setup is there will be a lot of crisis, there will be a lot of intimidation of voters, there will be a lot of non-voters. And we have already seen that certain things have been tried out. How to make sure that some people don't travel across their regions. It's already been tried out with the bad roads in the Edo State. And it is the timing of the elections by somebody else from this same ethnic group, the Ojo Amopito, who unnecessarily shifted the elections to a few days after Christmas. So you see, all these things are strategies, are criminal strategies, not just strategies, criminal, because they're not political. They are criminal strategies meant to ensure that Mr. Bola Tinubu continues in office beyond the day he's supposed to continue. But I just urge Nigerians, those who feel this same angst towards the manipulation going on, to do whatsoever they can to ensure that it doesn't work. And I keep on telling people, the best idea of all to confront this is to ensure that Mr. Bola Tinubu does not even be on the ballot. Is it possible? Yes. And hopefully he will not be on the ballot come the next elections. Then we'll see what all this posturing, all this ethnic militia, all this placing of his ethnic bigots in prime positions in military, in finance, in the judiciary, where it will lead the system. So thank you very much.
All right. Now let's talk about the issue of campaigning. Like Sunday Igboho did say, don't come to campaign in the Southwest. But we have Southwesterners in the opposition as well. We have them in the NDC. We have them in the ADC. We have Aregbesola in the ADC. We have the current governor of Oyo State in the APM. So we have them spread around. So what would happen? Shouldn't the elites now also that spoke in his favor, shouldn't they be seen, addressing him and trying to calm things so that we have proper campaigns go around the country?
You see, one thing I've observed is that Sunday Igboho is not a state actor. You understand? In his capacity as an individual, he has that freedom of speech. And if he goes beyond the level at which he's now impugning on the freedom of another person, the court is there. The police is there to take care of that. Okwebelo said the same thing, but after that, P2B and other politicians went to Edo.
And
they
then
were
we saw
not
what
attacked.
happened. We saw what happened. They were attacked. There were gunshots.
Now,
There were gunshots. Where they gathered to campaign, there were gunshots. They actually scattered and were told that it was thugs, hoodlums that came to scatter.
you know,
the-
it's a funny
the
thing.
gathering.
It was a funny spectacle because even on video, we discovered that it was even some people that were dressed in opposition PDP that were shown to be carrying arms at that time. But you see, for me, I would rather say it the way it is in this instance. You see, Igbo can afford to say anything, but there's no stamp of authority on it.
But the Constitution doesn't specify whether such statements should come from a political actor or or not. The
When
fact that you
campaigning-
cannot threaten anybody
See, when
not to
campaigning-
vote or not to
Yes.
in any place. Yes.
When campaigning, politicians can decide to throw jabs, do anything. But
Doesn't that amount to hate speech?
the moment at which
Doesn't that amount to hate speech? Doesn't such things amount to hate
then
speech?
there's a provision in the law that can take care of that.
And the law that we've seen has really not even taken care of it in time past.
Let me tell you, if somebody infringes on my right, I cannot take laws into my hand because that would mean
Definitely.
that I am also breaching peace. But I can go to court, I can go to the police station and complain and then escalate it. What I'm saying is, Sunday Igboho can decide to say he doesn't want anybody to come to the Southwest. He doesn't own the Southwest. That's the truth. He has not gone to attack Makinde. He has not gone to attack Aregbesola. If he's saying that, it's just for political sycophancy. That's where I see it. And it doesn't hold waters. As far as I'm concerned, Sunday Igboho still remains a non-state actor without a stamp of authority anywhere.
All right. Let's talk about payments now, because he did say federal government will train and pay these members of Irueko that we saw in the video. We have forest guards, that have not been paid.
You see, Sunday Igboho, don't forget, I'm sorry to say this on air, Sunday Igboho is not too lettered to understand the implication of some of those things he says in public. What would be the head and sub-head of this payment he's talking about? Where will it come from? It's another thing if individuals...
Now, what is the implication? Sorry to interrupt. What is the implication of one who isn't lettered making such statements, and when the people that have gathered to work for him realize that, okay, pay isn't coming, wouldn't that amount...
Then you have to face the music, since he's the one saying money is coming from somewhere. He would have to explain to those... No, he has to explain to those he promised that money will come from somewhere. But I know that funding is not going to come from government. If Sunday Igboho really wants to escalate this to a
funding
point,
has started coming from
but it's coming from individuals. Oni of Ife is not a government, is not in government. He has used his personal money. If tomorrow Dangote or anybody says, I want to be in support of this, and they are bringing, after all, Babangida launched his book and he made 17 billion. Okay. So if he decides to launch Iruekun to protect the Yoruba land that extends to Kwara and Kogi, and some individuals or corporate organizations say, you are doing a good job, have this 100 million, have this 500 million, have this 1 billion. That is private.
That's private. All right, Mr. Izeliche, talking about funding as well, how do you react to that?
You see, Mr. Fanemo is always speaking tongue-in-cheek. The fact is, with the government, a very opaque government that lacks transparency, that has created several fake and fictitious agencies to which billions of naira have been given in the budget. It's not a big deal to fund something that goes 10,000 or 20,000 militia. not too long ago, the Humanitarian Affairs Minister claimed that they have spent 600 billion with a B, in direct payments to Nigerians. I don't know who has received that. So this is when Sunday Igboho says that, until now, the government has not come to debunk or to refute it, something that was said in public, it's just clear that he knows what he's talking about. And with regards to saying the law provides for people who are paid to act, who says that? This man is making inciting comments. He's making comments that are clearly extrajudicial, telling Nigerians that he's going to create a militia that government will fund, state government will support. If there was a real Department of State Security, by now he will be sitting down with them, discussing all these things. If there was a real police force, then Mr. Sunday Igboho should be with them, discussing where he got all these facts from. But when you have Mr. Tinubu deliberately bringing clansmen and ethnic militia, ethnic policies, so that the DSS is headed by somebody from his ethnic group, the IGP is somebody from his ethnic group, the EFCC is from his ethnic group, even the judiciary, where you go to, is headed by Kekereko from the same ethnic group. What are we really talking about? I mean, it's so sad.
Yeah, but regardless of this, is it fair? Is it fair that the fact that these individuals are from a certain place, is it fair to say that they would tilt judgment or they would favor, the person that appointed them just because they are from a certain part of the country? Is that a fair statement, really?
Yes, it is the truth. Let me tell you, in the South,
I don't think that's a fair statement.
No, in the Southeast, several members of vigilante groups who are supposed to help to protect communities have been shot and killed by security personnel. Security personnel. They shoot them, they say, why are you with a gun? These are vigilantes who are known in society. So that is why even the Constitution of Nigeria puts in the issue of federal character, so that every part of Nigeria will have a sense of belonging. And that is one critical portion of the Nigerian Constitution that Mr. Tinubu has thrown overboard. So we are now left back and to see, okay, the DSS, the police, the army, everybody is alien to the Southeast. So why won't we say, yes, what is going on in the Southeast here, the slightest issue, the police brutality, the extrajudicial killings, the unlawful incarcerations, the humongous sums demanded by police officers as bail in various positions in the Southeast is ridiculous that we are in still the same country where you have somebody in the police pontificating, police does not take bribe, police is your friend. So the reality is, yes, there is palpable reason and evidence to know that what Sunday Igboho is doing, he has the support of the powers that be. I mean, Mr. Bola Tinubu and,
all right.
and
okay.
Powers.
Let's have you.
Note,
yes. Let's have you give us your concluding thoughts now on this one before we go to the next conversation.
Mr. Igboho made a very critical comment that the state government will help to deploy and all that stuff. In the Southeast, we have many characters who are imposed by at times even the Supreme Court, as in the case of Imo State. They are imposed on the system and they work against the people. Look at what Soludo is doing in Anambra State, destroying and desecrating the culture of the place. Look at what the Omahi did in Ebonyi. A lot of disappearances. Look at what Hobu Zodima is doing in Imo State, supporting the killings of the Southeasterners. This is because these guys have been imposed on the people and they don't emanate from the people. But that is why somebody can get support from the state government, and the IPOB was like anathema to the Southeast governors, because the Southeast governors, in most instances, most Southeast politicians who are even in the federal level are just in positions bereft of any linkage with the localities. So that is the problem we're having here, and it will be addressed. But Nigerians' final thought is this: Mr. Bola Tinubu intends to use the Sunday Igboho's militia for political purposes. Now, this gives us more things to think about as we approach the 2027 elections. Will he succeed? Time will tell. Thank you very much.
All right, we've seen how elections panned out in Osun State. I think it's up to Southeasterners to come out in such a manner and vote for those that they believe will promote their interests.
In the Southeast, the police shoot at people coming to protest. They shoot, they kill. Go to Tiger Base in Owerri. It's a mess because they come in as invading forces. They don't apply the same Force Order 22, which allows for interrogation for police being civil. It's not applied in the Southeast. So the police here are like an imposition, an occupation force. They come, they kill, and they destroy, and nothing will happen. It's only in the southeast that you can see rascal elements in the police force close roads and be collecting money and allow for 1 kilometer stretch of traffic, and nobody's talking about it. So don't say the Igbos were not. We are aware of these things. So that's the difference. Don't say what happened in Osho will happen in the Imo state, because when they come here, they shoot and kill, and somehow the people don't have the guns to shoot back. If they had the guns, that nonsense will happen. Thank you.
All right, then let's have your concluding thoughts on this conversation.
The premise of the fact that this guy is protecting the Yoruba, their land, I'm in full support of it. But using him as an instrument of coercion during election, I've not seen that. I'm yet to see that.
But that's the concern, and that's the fear.
But that's still in the realm of speculation.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much. Let's get into another conversation, gentlemen. Lagos APC government accused of tearing down campaign banners of Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. Let's get into this conversation right after this break. Stay with us. Well, the Lagos state government has been accused of removing campaign banners belonging to Peter Obi and other candidates of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, across the state. The allegations followed claims by Dr. Adefolasheye Adebomi Adebayo, the NDC candidate for Surulere 1 federal constituency, that officials of the Lagos State Signage and Advertisement Agency, LASA, removed more than 50 of his campaign banners while allegedly leaving materials belonging to candidates of the All Progressives Congress, APC, untouched. In a post on X, formerly Twitter, she said the banners were removed from public spaces in Surulere by LASA officials who arrived in an agency truck accompanied by security personnel. And according to her, she was campaigning alongside Peter Obi and other NDC supporters when she became aware of the removal of the campaign materials. Well, let's take a look at the video that she made and in which she laid her complaints out there.
Yes. If, like, that's why you said we normally have something we pasted on the walls. Don't put posters here. Don't put posters. We have our something that we do. Yes. And at every end of the electoral time, we normally comes out with Lagos Ninja. Yes. And we use our machine. We have a pickup that we attach to the machine, and a very quick one, two of these ones that we have our tank on it that we used to clean all the only acceptable places where we printed for posters.
Where is that?
Yes.
Where are those
we have it
places?
on the bus stops.
On the bus stop?
At the bus stops, yes.
Okay.
And secondly, we have something as well. All this, what they call it? We have some party in our place, in our office. Some party signs. You go there, you register, and have your banner. Nobody stops.
Okay, so the point is, like all this one you said belongs to the top banner. So if
It's not still belong to this our property.
okay, it's your
We
property.
are signing to quarter parties.
Now take for instance, I come to your office, I pay off the regular
Yeah,
whatever you
nobody
have,
will come.
and I come back to
Nobody will touch it.
nobody will touch
At all,
it.
nobody.
If I have that permit.
No, we are good. That's what I told you that like, when you come, just go to our office and say, they will tell you who. The registry will tell you the owner of this lamppost.
So this, what you are telling me that this lamppost
Have been assigned.
I will assign to the
Function.
as a practitioner,
Yes.
despite that
Out
the
of-
government
government owns it, and they now
I have explained
allocate
to you,
it.
madam, I have explained to you that if you have a trust, in my house I bought trust, I have a transformer, I have poles. All is not mine anymore.
What is the criteria for assigning a government pole to a practitioner?
That is where it comes from. All these folks, as government are doing it, they also doing it. Agencies first. So they are the ones maintaining all these things. If the post breaks down,
If
or
you
falls
that's how we
down,
call the place.
they will be the ones to fix it.
As
So,
they done it now,
as
if anything
this
happens,
road
we will
is-
come back to the place.
As this road is, they will come the beginning of the year. Oh, I need actually the pole, 20 pole. They pay for government. Gbogbo àwọn banners and posters and I mean take it now. They are safe at least very very safe. If one wants to correct the banner.
Yes.
So how do we go about collecting our banners?
When you come to our office, the number of banners you have, you write it down. Do our recording. When you get to the office, we tell you, you remove 30 poles or 30 banners. When you come, after your registration, claim it done.
There you have it. Well, unfortunately, we didn't see the faces of those having the conversation there, and that adds a little doubt to the credibility of the video. But I can also understand that they probably didn't want the LASA officials that they were speaking with to realize that they were, videoing them. So that was why they kept the camera down, just to get the voices in there. But we still have the gentlemen with us, Mr. Eze Luche and Mr. Dele Fanimo, with us in the studio. Let me start off with Mr. Fanimo here. Here are complaints coming from officials of the, members of the NDC. We're talking about campaign banners being pulled down and the rest of them. I understand that some of these things can amount to defacing environment, especially when you just stick banners indiscriminately. Like the man was saying on the video, there are certain places where they say post no banner, post no bill. Post no bill. They have some of those things spread across. But what impression does this give? What impression does this give? Whether or not this is, regulated or not, but it gives an impression.
You see, LASA, like other signage and advertising agency across the states in Nigeria, is a revenue generating agency and with clear rules of engagement. Don't forget that, for instance, in Abia State today, there is prescribed fee for placement of posters, banners, flags, and billboards. And these things are regulated. Now, I would have been alarmed if this incident was isolated to political thugs. But for the agency to come out with their vehicle, with their escort, to remove, this is not defacing, this is removal. There's a difference between defacing and removing. You see this man with uniform of LASA trying to detach this particular billboard from the pole. So it shows that it has the imprimatur of Lagos State government in action. No hidden fact. Now the question you now ask yourself is, If I were to be an editor that sent a reporter to cover this kind of event, I will ask the reporter, did you ask those who sponsored this if they had the approval of LASA?
But do you think anybody will want to put up such banners?
Many people do it.
Getting approval.
Many people do it. Do you know that it's even not right for you to paste posters on walls?
Pasting on the wall.
But what do you see?
But this is not pasting on the wall.
They go there at the midnight, paste those things.
Yes, but
this particular one, after all, the person that is contesting, if you want to locate it within the presence of ethnicity, is a Yoruba person.
Yeah, but she belongs to another party.
She belongs to another party.
Banky W.
Now, wait.
Banky W. No, you wait, please. Banky W contested in 2019, contested in 2023. But then he complained about the same thing. He contested against the APC government in Lagos. I think in both years, he contested under the PDP in Lagos. And he did complain about flex banners and other banners that he spent money putting out there being torn down. Now, he didn't mention LASA. He may not have mentioned LASA, but he complained about these banners being torn down and how frustrating it was as he was campaigning around I think he campaigned around Etiosa, local government. Isn't he from Lagos? Isn't he a Lagosian? Isn't he a Yoruba person? Now, I have
said one thing at the beginning of my intervention in this. I said
government
has shown.
You also recall that. You also recall. Sorry, please. You also recall that in 2023, in the build-up, in 2023, we saw state agents. I'm talking about LASMA officials, Lagos State Traffic Management Agency officials, basically campaigning for the government in the state when they came out and did the song. I said, please forgive us if we've done anything wrong. Come out and, well, they didn't say come out and vote, but they basically were campaigning and apologizing to Lagosians after the presidential elections, campaigning for the government of the state. Isn't that troubling? State agencies like that. So if LASA is doing this, would you be surprised, really?
Look, before you can condemn LASA, if LASA is not right, I'm sure they will not come out with their uniform, with their vehicles, with their security, and start removing this. Look at the video. This is remover and not defacing. There's a difference between the two. I'm sure that they will remove this and they will have justification. If they don't have justification, they will come out in the open to remove this signage. Now, it is now the responsibility of those who are reporting this. The reporter should have asked, did you comply with LASA rules? Did you pay the prescribed fee? If you are able to answer those two, then you take it up with LASA. Then we'll have something to discuss on at this moment. Right. Not putting on emotion that because it's another party against one party. If they want to do it at party level, LASA will not be bold to come out with their uniform, with their workers, with their vehicle, with everything to show that this is a government agent.
So your point is they may not have paid.
They may not have paid. Amount. They may also have erected this in a place that is not allowed by law.
That's the conversation they were having.
That is it.
You said post no bill here and all of that.
That is it. So how is it the fault of LASMA to remove this?
But do you think if the APC government posted something like that, they would?
Well, let's wait for the APC to do that.
Okay. All right then. Mr. Ezeluche, well, thank you very much for staying with us. Let's have your thoughts on this one.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Fanemo is being a bit too legalistic.
Let's just have your own thoughts.
I'm not a lawyer, and I've never pretended to be one.
No. Now, what I'm trying to say is that we have a system where state government, not just Lagos, it cuts across the length and breadth. APC does it where it's in power. And like you rightly pointed out, the Labour Party governor of Abia State has also imposed some fees. It's a follow-up of this win at all cost mentality that Mr. Bola Tinubu has espoused. Because what is going on in Lagos, at times some of the laws, they are very obnoxious laws. And it's best not to even talk about those laws because they are nonsensical. A law that the law may say, okay, you have to come to LASA, and then when you go to LASA to try and get the approvals, you will never see anybody to give even the forms to fill if you are not a member of the ruling party. So that is what's going on. I'm sure the opposition parties have tried to comply, and then they just know that they have to pace out. So the system is that parties in power in Nigeria try to even demarcate or make it impossible for the ruling party, for the opposition parties to even campaign. In Imo State during the last gubernatorial elections, there was no posters of any other political party anywhere in the state. None. Reason: the government imposed a fee per poster. So nobody did it. Now, whether the government party, the APC, paid those fees is another issue because it's nowhere reflected in the state's treasury that those monies were paid. But their posters were allowed by the police and their advertisement enforcement agencies. So that is exactly what is going on here. We should not be prevaricating, trying to say that they obey the laws or not. The thing is, it's a systemic issue. It's a deliberate effort by the party in power to ensure that the opposition don't even get seen, not talk of get heard. And I'm sure very soon they will also impose hefty bills on even media advertisement, on even they will get to the stage where they will even ban them from having gatherings. They will soon ban them from having gatherings in public places unless you get a permit. And where do you get the permit from? From the local government, which is controlled by the ruling party. So this is not a matter of putting the law that did they pay or didn't they pay. It's not the issue. The issue is a very vindictive system. We err when we refer to what we are doing here as democracy. This is not a democracy. This is a kakistocracy, where the very worst of our people come into office, and once they get into office, they destroy the system through which they even came into office. That's what we are saying. So, I mean, what happened in Lagos State is expected, but I would just encourage the parties to do the best they can, use other means, because I'm sure as much as they can, the ruling party, which is the APC in the state, will frustrate any effort by the opposition to even be heard. They will even criminalize it, they will penalize it. And then you will see the police coming up. Why did you speak at a gathering of more than 4 without the permission? And then they will put one stupid law, because we have a lot of stupid laws in this country, a lot. They will put a law that tells you if you are more than 4 and you are gathering here, you should get a police permit. Meanwhile, somebody can gather 1 million people in a place and nothing will happen. So we have to face realities in this country. Thank you very much.
Now, is there no part of the law? I'm speaking to you, and I would like you to react as a lawyer now. Is there no arm of the law that can be referenced and used to support or go against what some individuals are doing now to prevent people from campaigning in parts of the country? What can the aggrieved individuals do according to the law?
There are a plethora of legal provisions, even constitutional, the right to freedom of speech, to freedom of thought. It exists. But like Mahmoud Yakubu will tell you, go to court. And they know fully well that the legal system is jeopardized, is rigged. Even if you try to file a case now to enforce that right to advertise in public place, the courts are on vacation. That vacation will be till maybe late September or early October. If you file a case today, you may get a trial date for November or December, and the election is in January. So we have a system that is bereft, that's unjust. Like I tell most of my colleagues, we practice law in an illegal country. We practice law in a country where there is no rule of law. So, don't talk about laws, because there are laws that exist that even make nonsense of these very obnoxious laws that prevent people from airing their views, from speaking, from advertising. But who will go there? You go there, they give you a date that is, in fact, nowadays the courts have even gone senile in some aspects, and I've been very, very practical, using very clear language. What do I mean? Ordinarily, when as a Nigerian you go to have the constitution clarified, you have locus, because you are a Nigerian citizen and you have constitutional rights. But of recent, we've been having our courts. When a Nigerian goes to a court to try for the court to interpret the constitution, the court turns around and levies such Nigerians with hefty sums 20 million, 30 million fine for daring to come and seek constitutional interpretation. So that scares people off from even approaching the courts. You have a right, you know, it's been infringed, and you want to, you know, the law is in support of you. But when you now go to court, the court gives you an incredible fine to bankrupt you. The court did that with regards to some lawyers and some people who try to ask whether Mr. Bola Tinubu qualified to be declared winner after not winning 25% in Abuja. The court told them, who are they? What locals do they have? They are residents in Abuja, they have all the rights. But the one system we have makes even approaching the courts to be very, very dangerous. So, I mean, it's so sad. So the laws are there, but will the candidate who is facing elections in January approach the courts now for a case to be tried for the first time in November and adjourn, or for one reason or the other, and then before the elections takes place, the case is not even heard? Or it's like the Supreme Court even does in some funny cases. It will adjourn the matter, like it did in Rivers State, the issue where they tried to question the validity of the state of emergency, and only declare the judgment after the 6 months had passed, making the judgment even useless. So that is the kind of system we have. And it's so sad. It's sad. It's sad that we're talking about this in our country, but we have to rejig this system. We have to repair this system. Otherwise, we are faced with a collapsed banana republic. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Izelishe. Now, in line with democracy that we practice here in Nigeria, would it be out of place if the government in Lagos, which is, of course, an APC government, reacts to this and then, shows some sort of leniency, with the opposition? So at least for the optics, we seem to allowing for a playing field, a plain playing field.
When it is convenient, we are emotional about the law. But when it's not convenient, we want the law to take its full course. You blame judiciary, you blame the security when it doesn't favor you. But you clap for them when it favors. The point is, if you want to, you know that you are already armstrong in a way that you are in opposition. What we need to do is to make sure that anything that can be held against you, you clear the orders. Why would you now say, okay, let me do it for the sake of doing it, at least people will sympathize with me? No,
you think that's
not the law.
I think that's what
that person that was talking appears to me that it's somebody that at least must have crossed CUSAT.
Okay.
So she should be knowledgeable enough to understand the law.
So
and ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Faltered, and then she was not able to
she couldn't explain why Lassa was there. That's the point. Those who felt Alessoti imposed too high a fee as his own way of making resources, making revenue, they should have gone to court to challenge him that this is exorbitant. If this woman had come out to say, look at my documents, I paid this amount and I got clearance for this, and then these people now come around to say no, then we'll be talking about legality or illegality. But as far as I'm concerned, if you err in law, ignorance is not an excuse. And the fact that you are in opposition does not mean that you should be rascally about what you do.
All right, let's get into another conversation now. Now, some major telecommunication service providers, including MTN, Globalcom, and others, have boycotted the National Civil Society Dialogue on Telecommunication and Data Service Provision in Nigeria. The dialogue was held on Thursday, 27th of August, that's yesterday, at the Nigerian Army Resource Center at Sokoro, Abuja. The high-stakes event, designed as a tripartite dialogue between operators, regulators, and exploited consumers, proceeded despite the conspicuous absence of the service providers. Now, the absence drew swift condemnation from participants who branded the operators as cowards, fleeing accountability. The dialogue session comes as many Nigerians continue to complain bitterly about the subpar quality of service offered by these telecom operators. Nigerians, of course, have had reasons to complain about telecom operators, poor service delivery, and the rest of them. Mr. Izeluche, now that Nigerians and organizers of this event feel aggrieved that those they meant to address, the telecom operators, some of them did not show up, what other measures are available to Nigerians to lay their complaints? And what Nigerians want really is for telecom operators to, be lenient in the way they use up people's data in their charges, and also ensure that the services work. Not when you pay for data and calls and then monies are indiscriminately deducted from your account, but then you don't even get the calls. You get dropped calls more often than not. And then your call credit disappears before you even know it. How do you react to this event? Event, yes.
Society organizations are jokers. I mean, they are bloody jokers. Why should those companies come to their meeting and make noise and talk crap? Why am I saying this? These are companies like MTN. I'll give you one clear example. During the Buhari regime, the Nigerian government gave a humongous fine of over 18 billion naira against the MTN. The MTN from South Africa bribed Nigerian government officials. The people that were bribed were known. MTN South Africa had to sack its staff who paid those bribes. Management staff were sacked in South Africa, were even taken through the criminal system in South Africa, and I think they were released after they paid some fines. But in Nigeria, the criminals who received the bribe to ensure that sum that the Nigerian government fined MTN were given national honors. So these corporate bodies know the society they are operating on. They know that they can bribe their way out of whatever mess the civil society are talking about. So I would have urged the civil society to devote their time and resources to ensure we have good governance. Because it's only when you have good governance that every other thing will fall in place. But with a man like Bola Tinubu in office, come on. I mean, they are jokers. That is why the MTN Global, they will not bother. And nothing will happen. Because if there's another fine is levied against them, they will bribe their way out of it, and nothing will happen. Those who receive the bribes in the Nigerian government will still remain there, holding high office. So why would they come? You see, we should not blind ourselves to reality. I was in the civil society movement, but most of them are not even. I mean, they did that so that we can discuss them here, so that the papers will carry them. Okay, we had a forum, and this did not come, and so what? They know the system they work with. They know that the government, the Minister of Communication, whosoever can be bribed, and that is the end of the matter. So until we have a functional government, until we have a functional society, we continue to labor in vain in this country in righting wrongs, and it affects every facet. And we're talking just now of the telecom sector. The same thing applies with the health, with the energy, with the petroleum. Every sector you ask them to come and give account. Why would they give account? Has Bola Tinubu, the president, giving you account of how is mismanaging the economy? Gosh, no, I mean, let us get real. Let us take ourselves serious. Governance is all, and not stakeholder. If I was the MTN boss, I wouldn't even recognize that. I wouldn't even bother to come because I know where to go and settle scores. So that is the reality. Until we get ourselves serious, impact government effectively, ensure that we hold onto account those who need to be held to account. Things will never go right. Thank you very much.
How do you react to this, seeing that Nigerians have complained more often than not, complained to the FCCPC? Telecommunication has been a problem between the providers and the consumers. Also, Nigerians have complained about cable providers, those that provide cable TV providers and the rest of them. And really, nothing has been done, especially at the government level, where one would expect that the government will speak to what benefits the people. Nigerians, talking about pay TV, a lot of Nigerians have asked for the pay-as-you-go system to be introduced, but the system we have here encourages the providers to make money off you whether you watch what they provide or not. It's just a blanket amount that you pay for. What options are there for the people when it feels like even those that have been elected to make laws that would, benefit the people one way or another, don't seem to bother about the people, and then investors are taking advantage of the people?
Now, let me briefly lend my support to the position of Barrister on the issue of this amorphous NGO that just came from the blues and said they want to organize. They are just trying to impress their paymaster where they got grants to show that they have done something. You are talking about something that is critical to Nigeria. NCC, that is the regulating body, is not there. FCCPC, that is supposed to protect consumer, is not there. And you are saying the accused should come. Against who are they defending? Who is the prosecutor? Who is the judge in that gathering? It's the wasted effort and time. And just like you said, if I were to be in the position of these service providers, I would not come. Now, to your question, you see, it is the legislative arm of government that should do the job. You recall that when Nigerians were crying that the new tariff that was supposed to be imposed was too high, it became the job of the National Assembly. But along the line, they agreed, though those telecom providers, did you know that even after that incident, which gave approval to the tariff hike, surreptitiously, these people are charging more than the stipulated amount. Today, if you buy 20 gig data, I tell you, you can spend it in 1 day or 2 days max, just you alone. And you'll be surprised that sometimes you don't even download heavy, material. Now, what is the responsibility of the National Assembly? If the National Assembly had called these people to come and defend the drop calls, the unconnected calls, arbitrary charges, and all that, it makes a lot of sense. Then FCCPC will be there. NCC that regulates the telecom sector will be there, either to corroborate Nigerians' concern and give support, or to explain why such things are happening. If it is technical, it is understandable. What is the pedigree of this organization that came to call these private service providers? Are they players in the telecom sector? How many of the members of that NGO knows anything about the technicalities of this sector? So they just wanted to play to the gallery. And I also support the fact that nobody out of these telecom operators showed up in that kind of gathering. It's a kangaroo gathering.
All right, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation this morning. We'll be going into the papers very shortly, but I must appreciate Dede Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator, and Ize Luchie, who is a lawyer, and of course, a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming and for your thoughts and your views.
Please tell now, Mr. Elishe, to come to Lagos.
I'm enjoying the fresh air.
Come to Lagos, come to the studio.
He's enjoying the ambience there.
Too much rest.
All right, thank you very much for coming on the program. We'll take a breather. When we come back at 10, we'll be looking at the headlines. Join us again at 10. Bye for now.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 at all, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage. as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. Just, checking out a few stories right there when the camera came on me. Looking at, we'll get to that particular story. It has to do with e-hailing cab services. FAN banning regular cabs at the airports and introducing its own cab. We'll get to that story, the cause of it, but that's not the story I want us to start with. Well, I am Moses Humphrey, and we do have the gentlemen from VOP this morning. We still have Mr. Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator right here. We have Mazi Amobi Iheburu right here. Mazi stands for Mr., actually, just so you know, in case you don't know. And also, we have, now I'm going to use Mr. for everybody, so nobody will tell me they don't do that Oyibo kind of thing. So... All right, so Mr. Henry Osuji, thank you very much for staying back. And Mr. William Sediaye. All right, gentlemen. So now let's get back to broadcasting terms. So, all right. So now this is the big story here. The big story on the cover page of The Punch, quite different from the one on the cover page of The Guardian. But let's tie it to a story. Since we spoke about subsidy and what politicians' statements coming from some political actors. The Punch has its big story. It says 2027 politics. Atiku Tinubu face-off widens over subsidy. $16 billion power projects. The riders there. Presidency. APC fire back at Atiku over subsidy U-turn. Thieves claim. I'll restore targeted petrol subsidy. Boost Nigerians' purchasing power. Atiku insists again. Atiku's subsidy plan, desperation of the most pitiful kind. Presidency. APC challenge ex-VP to prove thieves' claim in court. All right. And the Guardian also reports on that. It says, Atiku insists on subsidy as presidency challenges funding, cites 19.1 trillion naira burden. And the riders to that story gives you perspective into it. The riders here read, Ononuga faults conflicting positions from Atiku's aides. Atiku challenges Tinubu to prove $16 billion power allegations. Ex-VP asks government to account for subsidy savings. And then Olajuwon Hashim promises petrol at 605 naira, says price could fall to 200 naira. The Vanguard, speaking on that as well, says fuel subsidy, Atiku's third U-turn exposes political posturing, presidency. And I would like for us to tie this story now to another story still on the cover page of the Vanguard. It says, despite fall in crude price, petrol hits 1,212 naira per litre. Bonny Light drops from $94 to $90.28. Depot price hits 1,735 naira a litre in Port Harcourt. 12 depots increase price. That's coming from a report. Dangote Refinery determines market pace. Coming from experts. Dangote Refinery express concern over importation. All right, so I would like to start off with you, Mr. Fanimo.
Are we talking about the price of oil that we have already talked about? If you read that, the, I think it's Vanguard. If you read the rider,
the riders, yes,
yes, you know, it tells you exactly what goes on in this sector, and this was what I highlighted initially during the morning show. You see, if we bring it to the pedestal level, yes, I will also be a major beneficiary. Today, I find it unnecessary economically to flog my car from Ibadan to Lagos all the time, because it's cheaper to come through public transport. Now, today, 90% of our earnings come from petrol, crude. And crude oil is not a localized commodity. It is an international commodity. The countries that would rather do without OPEC are the ones that can subsidize and close their eyes. But a country like Nigeria that subscribes to OPEC, as of today, just increased from 1.5 million barrels per day to 1.58, not less than 1.6, 5868. So what that means is we cannot exceed OPEC quota beyond certain threshold. Now, when subsidy was removed, we all saw that it was basically something that had to be done at that time, because it was not the subsidy that is the problem. It was because it became an all-common affair, round-tripping, over-invoicing, and invoicing non-existent lifts. So people became instant millionaires in dollars by just being connected to certain people in government. What they do is they just provide invoice and they pay them without lifting a liter of refined product from abroad. Now, when Buhari was there, he knew that this thing was not sustainable, because at that time, Nigeria was actually borrowing money. Federal government was borrowing money to pay salaries. It was as bad as that, because we were using almost 70 to 80% of our earnings to pay subsidy alone. And we had money that we owe multilateral agencies that we also have to pay. And so you are also moving such money. So it was like almost of zero. And that's why the CBN had to go through ways and means to print money for something that is not sustainable, just to make sure that this fuel is available. And so it was incumbent on government to put a stop to this. And the only way to put a stop to it was to stop subsidy. Don't forget I said subsidy is not the problem, but the abuse of subsidy.
All right.
And because of this abuse of subsidy, most of the products that they claim to have imported end up around countries like Cameroon, Benin Republic, Chad, and Niger, because it was convenient for the subsidized petroleum products to move 33,000 liters and make profit of about 300% once it gets across the border.
Okay.
And that was why there were protests more in our contiguous countries than even in Nigeria when subsidy was removed. So what we are saying, what we are witnessing now is some people, in my own opinion, are fighting back. But another thing again is because of monopoly, and that's what that rider highlighted. Because Dangote holds the larger chunk of oil production.
All right.
So the other marketers that import ride on the crest of Dangote. And Dangote is a private man, he's a capitalist. He wants to maximize profit. He wants to recoup the $20 billion as quickly as possible. So he will want to maximize profit. And government, because we have already severed our relationship in terms of the regulation of the sector to deregulation, we cannot hold Dangote and other importers to ransom and say, no, you must sell at this particular place. Because that means we are returning back to regulation. So there's a whole lot of mix in all of this.
All right, then, a whole lot of mix indeed.
Yeah, I rather will look at it different, because Dele has said here that it's not subsidy per se that is the issue, it's the corruption around subsidy. And a lot more people have also advanced that argument, that the issue is not subsidy, but corruption around subsidy. That means that any government in power must have to deal decisively with this issue of corruption in the oil sector. Because it is also known all over the world that government will always have one subsidy or the other to protect and provide for the vulnerable in the society. So why can't we dissipate energy on fighting the corruption in the oil subsector than looking at removing the petroleum, removing the subsidy in its entirety? I want to believe that if we have commonality of understanding that the subject matter, in this subsidy, buhaha, is the corruption in subsidy itself, not the subsidy itself, but the corruption around subsidy, then government should be able to tinker with how to, deal with corruption in the oil subsector. Again, if our argument is that Dangote is a monopoly, in the sector. Before Dangote came, the government has spent humongous amount of money trying to revamp the existing refineries. Up till now, nothing has been done. And about a few months ago, a cat was flown that government is also tinkering with, revamping the economy, the refineries and what have you. Aside this, we also learned that Bua is, in the run for a refinery. We also have modular refineries. Why can't we bring all these things into the basket and see how they can help reasonably to demonopolize Dangote in the oil ecosystem of this country? I believe that if we can deal with the corruption around subsidy and then license more of the refineries, bring modular refineries into the basket of oil production, this problem will be, reduced as it were, so that Nigerians can have benefit of having oil in their country.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Welcome to Newspaper Review. We do apologize for starting out later than intended. Welcome to the program. I'm Moses Humphrey, and I do have with me Dr. Peter Anosike. Good to have you join us this Friday morning. Now let's dive into the headlines from the Daily Sun. Enough of the bloodshed. Bishops, PFN, lament. Killings, abductions now intolerable. That's coming from the CBCN. You can't build future on tears of innocent people. Christians rally for abducted Muslim worshippers. IGP deploys AIG anti-terror squad air wing for rescue. That's one of the headlines there on the cover page of the Daily Sun. And well, let's have your reaction. There's been an increase in insecurity and the rest of them. Another report here. Let's tie to this report here. It says report claims 7,000 from the Guardian newspaper. Now, report claims 7,825 Nigerians abducted. 7.78 billion naira ransom paid in 1 year. Scary number, I must say. 7.78 billion naira, 7,825. Now let's take the riders, as that will give perspective to the conversation. JAS, report says JAS collects 7 billion naira ransom from 8 abduction incidents. North records 93.7% of victims. Zamfara worst hit. Ransom payment, no guarantee of survival. SBM warns. ICRC records over 17,000 missing persons nationwide. Kwara Monarch, others rescue as security forces neutralize suspects. Obi 6 urgent rescue of Niger captives, says 600 may be missing.
Well, for me, I want to react to Catholic Bishop's PFN story. Last week, I read a report from a civil society organization that about 10,000 people have been killed in 2 years in Tinubu's administration. And I know that is simply documented killings. Understand? That is simply documented killings. Those that filed their reports. But in my mind, I know that it should be about 3 or 4 times more than that, because people that have been killed on a daily basis without being a report. At the same thing, also with the issue of ransom paid and abductions.
Yes.
All these are documented ones.
So, okay, yes, there are others that may not have been documented.
They will warn you, don't inform the police. So people just do it without notifying the authorities.
Out of fear that if they report.
So this is basically failure of government, because the number one responsibility of government is protection of life and property. That is the number one responsibility of any government that was its name. Protection of life and properties. And you see, every day by day, we are seeing these stories.
Now, an intelligence organization has also, warned Nigerians that the fact that you pay ransom is not even a guarantee that they will release your person alive.
Yeah,
that's concerning. I mean, if you look at the figures, we're being joined now by Daily Animal. So let me just go through the figures again. Report claims 7,825 Nigerians abducted, and then 7.78 billion naira ransom paid in 1 year. And then when you look at the riders to it, I mean, just trying to emphasize all of this now, the North alone records about 93.7% of victims. Zamfara, worst hit. And then it's not even about the people now paying the ransom. It's usually government that pays the ransom for people like that. Some of them, it's crowd-funded. Some of them, they sell parcels of land to pay ransom, and the rest of them. And ICRC records over 17,000 persons missing nationwide. 17,000 persons. You know, it makes me start to wonder, are we really certain about the numbers that we say we are? Are we, 250 million people?
We don't have any.
Could we be less?
We don't have any credible number of Nigerians as we speak today.
We don't know
2006 was the last census that were even contested. So
that's about 20 years ago.
And
about 20 years ago.
In 2006, Lagos was put out at 9 million. Kano was put at 9.5 million. And I know that by now, Lagos must have recorded 3 times above that.
Okay.
So we don't know how many we are.
Just give us figures. As at last year, we were hearing 230 million. Today now, 250
million.
So we don't know what is actually the figure. And that's why we cannot plan.
Yes.
Because you must have the baseline figures before you can plan to say, okay, you look at the death rate, you look at the birth rate, you now juggle it and now find an average and say, okay, if death is lower than birth, definitely at a particular geometrical progression, this is what you get. But when you don't even have a baseline data, how do you now decide or determine the growth rate of the population?
But let's not deviate from the conversation, which is talking about bloodshed, kidnappings, ransom payments.
Let me tell you, any figure that is coming officially, you should know that it's just the baseline. I tell you, you just have to mentally figure that it's about
maybe
3 or 4
times. Exactly.
Higher than the exact figure. In fact, in journalism, we are trained to bring the figures very low so that you don't raise alarm. So that's why when somebody will come around and count lifeless body in an accident scene and say 35, you are not supposed to escalate it in the media. And then that's why we hide under the fact that doctors have not certified them dead. Some of them will wake up in the mortuary. Some of them will wake up in the hospital. Things like that. But it's just to reduce the kind of tension and alarm that it might cause. But the point here is the success rate should be what we should be discussing. The success rate of kidnapping and abduction, which is the driving force to encouraging these people to continue in that act. They are largely undetected. They are largely prowling without arrest. And if somebody is telling me that if somebody close to me is kidnapped, that I should go and report to the police, when at the point of contact, the kidnapper is telling me that if you go to the police, I will kill your relative. And you know that in some cases, even the person you think you want to run to could be part of the kidnapping gang.
Sure.
So as you are entering the station, the man is making calls to the kidnappers. And then the kidnapper will, before they kill your relative, they will call you that at so time you are at so police station to report. That's why we don't even need your ransom. We are killing. And they will put it on speaker for you to hear the agonizing cry of that victim. That's as bad as it can be. And I recall that last year, it was 2.8 trillion that was recorded in the hands of these kidnappers. How it now came to less than
707. It was MPS that published it.
Yeah.
And if you have 2.2 trillion in the hands of non-state actors, what can they not do with this kind of money?
Well, this figure of about 7.78 billion naira is in 1 year.
As at last year, it was 2-year report. So, the aggregate thing here is that we are in serious trouble.
We are in serious trouble indeed. And, it takes me to another...
How can you move 600 people without security noticing it?
That is the point. And you kept them in captivity for days, for months. How are you feeding them? There are communities where you don't have that population in this country.
There is another headline here that ties to security as well, and it takes it from the part of the security agents themselves, those that are fighting insecurity, and how Nigeria has lost policemen. Now it says 1,638 military police widows get 819 million naira RHI support. So basically, speaks to the fact that a lot of soldiers, die, and then
when we were growing up,
they leave.
When we were growing up,
women and children behind.
Sadly, chase any criminal that kills a security agent. There is no way he can escape justice.
That's
the way we were trained, and that was the mindset
in other parts of the
until
world.
I started seeing a whole general being killed, and I asked myself, to become a general, do you know how much the state would have invested in his training to get to that rank? And then one ragtag miscreants will just slaughter, just like that, and there's no reprisal. Colonels, brigadier generals, major generals. Look at Rabi, a retired general, major general, former spokesperson of the Nigerian army, and was just slaughtered.
So what do you make of this effort by Renewed Hope Initiative, giving the wives of about 1,638 military officers that are now widows 819 million naira?
You see, that is coming because those who are supposed to do it are not doing it.
Yes.
Let me tell you, if a policeman dies today, as that death is being announced, somebody is already lobbying for his room in the barrack. And sometimes the people who are supposed to pay the severance benefits of this dead policeman would even offer to sleep with the wife or the widow of that man before they pay. And some goes on like that till about 3 years. And if you don't have people up there, you may never be paid. And do you know, funny thing about it is the mates of this fallen policeman that contributes money to buy coffee. And when he's being buried in his own town, they bring a lorry, pack all his belongings, his children and wife, and dump them in that village. And that is the end of that person. Now tell me, how can somebody see a colleague being treated that way, and you want that person to stake his life for that nation? There was a woman, I went to report, I sent a reporter to do that story. It was 2 pages in a weekend. I can't remember the particular year now. This woman, her husband was killed in the line of duty. And she stays in Warri, and she has to travel from Warri to Asaba on many occasions without success, just to collect the meager amount that should be the final benefit of her husband. On one of the trips, this inflated trip, this woman, the DPO of that station in Warri, where the husband served last, and the DC of that station, and the orderly and driver, 5 of them were in that pickup van. The woman joined them to go to Asaba if she could get this money. On their way, they were ambushed close to the mobile force barracks, and 5 of them were mowed down.
Unfortunately.
Now look at that. So it's the failure of the police hierarchy that prompted these people to come up with this initiative.
All right, Dr. Nosuke.
Yeah, I want to commend the Renewed Hope Initiative for that philanthropic thing, but it's not really their responsibility.
Yes.
This is the responsibility of the government that they sign that they are willing to lay down their lives for. And with this, when they say that the people are not filling security quota, you can see
the reason. That the country don't remember you when something tragic happens to you. In America, the military and the elderly are highly respected. And this is what gives every American youth to want to go through the Marine before becoming any other thing. But here, nothing inspires you to join Nigerian Army or the Nigerian police. Go to barracks and see the way the soldiers, their wives, and their children are living in a very poverty-stricken
environment.
So, for me, they deserve more.
All right, then. So let's talk about this one. 2027, APC opposition clash over federal government's $1 billion household palliative. Opposition alleges FG's 2027 vote buying strategy. All right. And that's from the Punch newspaper. The Guardian reports on the same. It says $1 billion social fund. $1 billion. ADC accuses Tinubu of panic response to subsidy removal plot. And the writer to that particular story now says opposition leaders meet in Abuja August 31 for 2027 framework. So I think I should just read a little into this particular story. But we all do know that the APC, through Renewed Hope, has given $1 billion social fund to poorest of the poor.
You see, who are the poorest of the poor?
I think we spoke about this yesterday.
End up in the hands of people like.
But $1 billion, that's a lot of money.
I said these monies has always ended up in the hands and pockets of you and I.
You are not you and I.
And when I say you and I mean those in our
not you and
I.
No, don't say you and I. Just say
what I'm
individuals.
saying in essence is that I'm just using that figuratively. What I'm saying in essence is anybody that is qualified to be poorest of the poor is not likely to have a bank account. Is not likely to be in an urban center like Lagos. They are far-flung in the villages and remote areas where there is no internet. Who takes this money to them? You'll be surprised that this money will be shared among House of Rep members, Senate members, those in government agencies and parastatals to fill in the names of their cronies.
But in addressing this, who do we speak to? Because, who should be... Because the government, the First Lady cannot just come and announce $1 billion social fund without somebody asking questions as to where the money is coming from and what the money is meant to do, really.
You see,
the opposition now, they're crying out.
It's clearly stated. The use they want to put the money, that they want to help the very poor people. Maybe, do you know, funny enough, people don't realize that even 50,000 naira can make a lot of difference in the lives of some people.
You're beginning to sound like a politician.
No, but I'm not a politician, but I'm just telling you the fact.
Yeah,
do you know that those who sell
that's the same way politicians said 500 naira will go a long way.
No, those who sell pepper, do they need up to 50,000 naira? Do they need 50,000 naira to sell pepper? Go to them. They are aware that they are displaying. Ask them how much is the worth. It may not be worth more than 30,000 naira. So if you give that woman 50,000 naira, you have helped that business.
For that day.
Not for that day. They know how to manage. They are not going to buy designer wears like the one you are wearing. They are not going to stay in a 3-bedroom flat that you also occupy. They are not dreaming of buying cars.
3-bedroom flats? How do you know that's you don't know if I'm living under the bridge somewhere.
It is for ground.
You don't know if I'm living under the bridge somewhere.
Let's be realistic.
I just might be saying under the bridge.
Living face me and face you. But unfortunately, this money does not get to them.
Yeah.
It doesn't get to them. I've told you on several occasions about my experience. You see, there was a time they called me that I should come and fill my names and biometrics through a senator that they want to give maybe 75,000. I said, I'm not qualified for this money now. If I take it, my conscience will not allow me to rest. Because that 75,000 naira, I'll just sit in a place. By the time I buy a bottle of whiskey, it's finished. Okay. But somebody needs that 75 naira for him to survive.
75,000 naira.
To survive.
All right.
So, but unfortunately, that 75 naira that I rejected, somebody like me will be the one to benefit. And then government will now be telling you, we have done this, we have done that. The height of it was when we were in our various homes, locked down during COVID. And a woman that's supposed to have that feeling, said she fed school children with some billions of naira. Now, was she taking the food to their various doorsteps?
Let's take
was there a school?
Other reactions. So let's take other headlines before we run out of time. NHRC AIN demand arrest of Abuja Council boss. Vote APC or relocate threat. Dr. Anosike, how do you react to that headline?
Well, it's a reckless and ungathered statement. Understand?
Yeah.
Which is a trademark of the of the government in power. A government that believes in Machiavellian principle of the end justifying the means. Understand? We have a constitution in this country, and we have our democracy is one of the beauties of democracy is the opportunity to choose between 2-3 candidates. So when somebody tells you, you vote or you relocate out of Abuja, as if Abuja belongs to his ancestors, understand? To me, it doesn't make sense. And I know if it's somebody from another party that had made that statement, he would have been in DSS custody as we speak. Understand? We also heard what Monday Bebono said one time ago about P2B. Understand? And the other guy, Casey Chuku, whatever, that was saying that the video has been banned from coming to Edo State. So it's a trademark of a military under the guise of a political party known as APC.
All right, trademark of certain individuals. And, well, you want to react to that one?
Yes,
or do we go? Okay.
I totally align with that school of thought. That man's statement was reckless. This is not Banana Republic. How could you say people should get out of a place because they are not voting a particular party? I think it's psychophancy taken to ridiculous height. And I'm sure he didn't think twice before making that statement.
Okay, now let's move away from core political stories and touch on another aspect of the economy. Let's touch on sports. So, and that's the big story on the cover page of The Guardian. It says, football under scrutiny. NFF shops for new era managers amid global accountability probe. The president, in one of the dailies, says, look, enough is enough. Enough of this Daily Sun report says, enough of football failure. Tinubu says structural deficits behind Nigeria's persistent failures. Laments poor returns despite huge public support, investment. NSC, NFF to engage FIFA, CAF on reforms. The Guardian also does an elaborate story on it. It says NFF financial rot and mass resignation. 17 billion naira under investigation. Anti-graft agencies, AFCC, ICPC are probing the misuse of government intervention funds and $25 million in grants. All right, that's it on your screen there. You have a mass resignation of leadership. President Ibrahim Gusau and the NFF board resigned following allegations of systemic financial fraud. They shouldn't go anywhere yet. They should be made to answer questions. It goes on and on. I mean, we have a global leadership on trial, criminal complaints against Infantino. That's on the global stage. But gentlemen, what's your quick reaction to this headline?
For me, this thing is just coming to the fore. It has always been there.
Yeah, very unfortunately too.
Unfortunately. Because, look, better players are sidelined because they don't have godfathers. And in place of this good quality player, another player that has godfather will be invited to come. They make it difficult for local coaches to thrive. And so when they invite foreign coach, third-rated foreign coach,
now, all of this
they take a slice.
All of this has cost the country a lot, especially on the international stage, because we missed the qualifying for the 2026 Men's World Cup and the 2027 Women's World Cup due to things like this.
Yeah. Now, even allowances, match bonuses are not paid until players protest. 3, delegations that will follow 22 players will be like 150. What are their rules? These are not supporters club. Oh. Officials that will take extra code, per diem, enjoy cozy hotel, 5-star hotel for the duration of that tournament. Whereas the core players that are sweating it out, when they win, they have to protest before they get their bonus. So the rot is deep-seated. For those who are exposed to NFF, the rot is deep-seated. And not just this shake-up or probe would take it away. It is still an extension of Nigerian happening on us.
Well, what I want to say is football is a sport that is riddled with corruption. When people say that Spain won the World Cup, and that's in my mind, understand? Spain won the World Cup and got a 50 million. Argentina runners-up get a 33 million. FIFA got 5 billion. Who won?
FIFA. It's FIFA.
Understand me? Who won? Understand? So those in the boardroom are those making the money, while those that are sweating out, that's on the pitch, are getting peanuts.
But that's not the issue here. The issue here is that Nigeria's government now has put in money into sports, and NFF has failed to use that money because players still complain of not receiving bonuses, match bonuses, and the rest of them. And that's even the women that went to represented us at the just concluded WAFCON were complaining. The bonuses that were promised them were not released to them.
No, what
How
I'm
can we
trying
fix
to
it
say
back home?
that the corruption I'm talking about, at times, athletes are dropped for the government officials to go. Understand me? Those that are going to compete that's in the game are said, wait, why government officials who has no business?
But do you think this shake-up now will lead to anything good?
For me, resigning is not enough. They should account for that money. Okay. Do you know that in 2026 budget, there was budget for FIFA World Cup?
And we did not even attend.
And we did not even attend.
So what happened to the budget?
Yes, at the time of preparing that budget, we were not out of World Cup preliminaries.
We were out already because the budget was at the end of the year.
Budget
no, when that budget Nigeria was already
Nigeria was out, yes. When the budget was
budget is not done in a day.
Presented.
Budget starts around March.
Now, what happened to that money that was approved for the World Cup?
That's a big question. What happened to it? Mm-hmm. Let's leave the conversation here. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Dr. Peter Anosike and Mr. Dele Fanimo, thank you very much for your time and your thoughts. Well, this is How Far We Go. And the sports gentlemen will be here 11 o'clock to take you through, what will happen in the NFF in the coming days, and who will appoint who, and who will take the nation's football to greater heights. I'm Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful Friday. Bye for now.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. Just, checking out a few stories right there when the camera came on me. Looking at, we'll get to that particular story. It has to do with e-hailing cab services. FAN banning regular cabs at the airports and introducing its own cab. We'll get to that story in the course of it, but that's not the story I want us to start with. Well, I am Moses Humphrey, and we do have the gentlemen from VOP this morning. We still have Mr. Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator right here. We have Mazi Amobi Iheburu right here. Mazi stands for Mr., actually, just so you know, in case you don't know. And also, we have, now I'm going to use Mr. for everybody, so nobody will tell me they don't do that Oyibo kind of thing. So... All right, so Mr. Henry Osuji, thank you very much for staying back, and Mr. William Sediaye. All right, gentlemen. So now let's get back to broadcasting terms. So, all right. So now this is the big story here. The big story on the cover page of The Punch, quite different from the one on the cover page of The Guardian. But let's tie it to a story. Since we spoke about subsidy and what politicians' statements coming from some political actors. The Punch has its big story. It says 2027 politics. Atiku Tinubu face-off widens over subsidy. $16 billion power projects. The riders there. Presidency. APC fire back at Atiku over subsidy U-turn. Thieves claim. I'll restore targeted petrol subsidy. Boost Nigerians' purchasing power. Atiku insists again. Atiku's subsidy plan, desperation of the most pitiful kind. Presidency, APC challenge ex-VP to prove thieves' claim in court. All right. And the Guardian also reports on that. It says, Atiku insists on subsidy as presidency challenges funding, cites 19.1 trillion naira burden. And the riders to that story gives you perspective into it. The riders here read, Ononuga faults conflicting positions from Atiku's aides. Atiku challenges Tinubu to prove $16 billion power allegations. Ex-VP asks government to account for subsidy savings. And then Olajuwon Hashim promises petrol at 605 naira, says price could fall to 200 naira. The Vanguard, speaking on that as well, says failed subsidy. Atiku's third U-turn exposes political posturing, presidency. And I would like for us to tie this story now to another story still on the cover page of the Vanguard. It says, despite fall in crude price, petrol hits 1,212 naira per liter. Bonny Light drops from $94 to $90.28. Depot price hits 1,735 naira a liter in Port Harcourt. 12 depots increase price. That's coming from a report. Dangote Refinery determines market pace. Coming from experts. Dangote Refinery expressed concern over importation. All right, so I would like to start off with you, Mr. Fanimo.
Are we talking about the price of oil that we have already talked about? If you read the, I think it's Vanguard. If you read the rider,
the riders, yes,
yes, it tells you exactly what goes on in this sector, and this was what I highlighted initially during the morning show. You see, if we bring it to the pedestal level, yes, I will also be a major beneficiary. Today, I find it unnecessary economically to flog my car from Ibadan to Lagos all the time because it's cheaper to come through public transport. Now, today, 90% of our earnings come from crude. And crude oil is not a localized commodity. It is an international commodity. The countries that would rather do without OPEC are the ones that can subsidize and close their eyes. But a country like Nigeria that subscribes to OPEC, as of today, just increased from 1.5 million barrels per day to 1.58, not less than 1.6, 5868. So what that means is we cannot exceed OPEC quota beyond certain threshold. Now, when subsidy was removed, we all saw that it was basically something that had to be done at that time because it was not the subsidy that is the problem. It was because it became an all-common affair, round-tripping, over-invoicing, and invoicing non-existent lifts. So, people became instant millionaires in dollars by just being connected to certain people in government. What they do is they just provide invoice and they pay them without lifting a liter of refined product from abroad. Now, when Buhari was there, he knew that this thing was not sustainable because at that time, Nigeria was actually borrowing money. Federal government was borrowing money to pay salaries. It was as bad as that because we were using almost 70 to 80% of our earnings to pay subsidy alone. And we had money that we owe multilateral agencies.
Former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
For many Nigerians, the commencement of the 2027 election campaign marks the beginning of a critical period in the country's political calendar. While political parties are preparing to sell their candidates and manifesto to the electorate, voters say they want more than campaign promises. From the economy and employment to insecurity, education, healthcare, and infrastructure, Nigerians are looking to the presidential aspirant for clear and realistic solutions to the challenges confronting the country.
Like this, as Nigeria dey like this, nobody dey happy. Even me, you know, say me at the drum marwa, I know how much I dey buy for every day. I know they happy. This our president, he no try at all for me. I don't know another person. So for me to vote for her, I no go try am. I would like to vote for person where he fit Nigeria. Like Peter Obina, the man, for me, my spirit, the catcher that he dey okay for us to rule Nigeria.
Beyond political rallies and promises, some voters say they expect candidates to explain how their proposed policies will improve life of ordinary Nigerians. They want campaigns to be issue-based, peaceful and free from ethnic or religion sentiment, with candidates focusing on what they intend to do differently if elected.
The last 1 year, they have not done anything. There is a bad road everywhere. So education was bad. All these schools, there's nothing to show about it. So what are we voting for? I cannot vote. Now God will be the next president for Nigeria. Now God will control Nigeria. I know that God knows, but God will touch one person's mind. Let the people that are there, they should set aside. Then let another young people to be there.
Politicians are like the part that will never change their color. So we only ask that God will not touch their hearts. They can promise heaven and earth. What they want to do is in their minds. So nobody can change that except God intervene.
As the race officially gets underway, the question for the aspirant is not only who can win the election, but who can convince Nigerians that their leadership will deliver meaningful change. Oyindamola Olukuto, Voice of the People TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Always a respect, always a difference anytime it has to do with sport. I must say to you on the show today, one man will be celebrating where the time is all good is Marquinhos. He just got himself that respect award. I never knew that was a respect award, and we'll talk about Thierry Henry very soon. But you're watching VOPTV Lagos, Nigeria. It's that time for us to let you know everything that transpired in the world of sports. But basically on the show this morning, we'll be looking into some football talks. And I must say on the show, if your club side have not signed a player of your choice, then I'm so sorry you're sitting down on a long thing, maybe just like Dibash rightly said. But let's start off with the Marquinhos story and let you know that he's been named the man of the time. Respect to Marquinhos of the French side, Ligue 1 side, Paris Saint-Germain, that man you have on your screen. UEFA Respect Award 2026 is the winner. He got himself that one, that ovation, well deserved. He's literally won everything a player needs to win in the club side. And we remember what he did with AC Milan, but then that was not the best of Marquinhos. The best of Marquinhos, we can say, is what he is really doing right now. Yeah, I think, no, not even AC Milan, basically. I think I should say more of Paris Saint-Germain. He got himself that one because Thiago Silva said something about Marquinhos and said, this man should be talked about, and what he has done is great. Another man that got an award for himself is Thierry Henry. Let's bring to you, Thierry Henry also got that one. You could say, what award did he win for himself? He got that also, that award that you can say, President Award, winning the UEFA President Award, and that's about Thierry Henry. He received that one also yesterday, and we must say congratulations to Thierry Henry. Thierry Henry now is the next man who will be looking into what he won for himself. This one you have on your screen is Marquinhos, but let's bring you Thierry Henry as well. That's Henry in that very face. So congratulations to this man. He's done well. He showed his best class in the Arsenal jersey when he was playing for Arsenal, and then he's retired. Plays for Barcelona at some point. And right now, he's on the punditry job. So that's about Thierry Henry. Now, let's get to talk about the parents. The Champions League is coming up very soon. Yesterday, we did see the draw. We had the pot 1, the pot 2, the pot 3, the pot 4. And now, club side have been scheduled to know where they will be. This is the second part of it. Let's talk about the Champions League, the officials, and everything that transpired yesterday. You want to know the parents of the club side, who and who. Club sides will be meeting themselves where the time is all good. With the exchange of the bars, it doesn't feel like the first one. Now, let's look into this Champions League talk. Club sides, I think everywhere was just basically blue. You know the color of the Champions League, and then it's with the sound. It came out, we saw people who came to pick, to do they did it, what's it called? Pick, like pick it out, pick here, drop it here. But what club side has the strongest officials? Let's look into that one and let you know who will be playing who. Home and away officials. We'll have to flip that to you, so just show you subsequently so you can see if your club side is having a pairing with some of the team. This one is about a team, Atleti, Inter Milan. So this is Liverpool fixtures, and Atletico Madrid, Inter Milan, Football Club Porto, Club Brugge, Villarreal, Fenerbahce, and Lens. And in this one, so we also have Last Link, yes, of Austria in this one for Liverpool. So home, away, home, away, home, away, home, away. That's the result for Liverpool. So I don't want to say this one looking very tough. Liverpool cool enough to play this kind of football with Atleti, Inter Milan, Porto. It will be very, very strong. But let's go. Next club side that has more pairings. Arsenal. This look like the strongest for me. You really need to take a deep breath to look at teams like this. Real Madrid of Spain, Bayern Munich of Germany, Borussia Dortmund of Germany as well, Real Betis of Spanish football, EA Sports, Lille of French Ligue 1, Napoli, Saba. We did see Saba qualifying for the Champions League. That goal came in the later on, and Saba plays from the Azerbaijan side. They are also involved in this one. And then Slavia Prague. So these are the club sides that will be having a pair. So for Arsenal, first home game at the Emirates to be against Real Madrid. Star-studded Mourinho's side will be playing against Arsenal, who you can say they are the favorite to win the Premier League come this season. But time tells it's football. It just could crack from any aspect. And playing against Bayern Munich, it will be very strong. Now, this is the Bayern Munich fixtures: Arsenal, Atleti, Real Betis, Man United, Bodo Glimt, and then we also have Slavia Prague in that same group. So it will be very tough. Bayern Munich would want to win the Champions League. The last time they did win it is some years ago. And this side have some quality in the team. Pavlovic in the midfield, Joshua Kimmich as well in the midfield. And then one man is already off to start with. I'm talking about no other name, but Leon Goretzka. He will play with Aston Villa come this season. So a free transfer move for the German side, Leon Goretzka, and then he will play for Unai Emery in this very phase. Now, next up, we have to say, what other team? Paris Saint-Germain. This side look very strong. Barcelona, Man City, Roma, Aston Villa, Galatasaray, Villarreal, Slavia Bratislava, And this is just what it is. And then we have also Como. Now, can I say to you on the show today, this group is quite, I don't know, this pairing, I don't want to use the word group, it's pairing, right? This pairing feels great. I just would say, not just about the Arsenal pairings, this one's another one that you can look strong and be like, who comes out from this? We know how the Champions League format goes. Paris Saint-Germain, Man City, Aston Villa, Galatasaray, Victor Osimhen also in this very phase. So I think Paris Saint-Germain used to be the favorite, but I don't know what happens this time around. Maybe, just maybe, we might not be looking into their way again. They have what it takes to win a Champions League, you know. Talking about the backline, Pacho, McCainhouse, Ashraf Hakimi, you got Nuno Mendes, they got right now quality, Luca Digne in the team, you know, João Neves, Vitinha, keep calling the names of these guys, Fabian Ruiz, Zara Emery, you know, Bradley Bacola, will be leaving them very soon. And then you have Kavichi Barnes, Kelly, you look into the Due, Usman Dembele, they are good to go. Now, this is Man City. Man City, just more like the pairings goes again. Man City have this ones, home away, home away, home away, home away. Paris, Barcelona, Sporting, Porto, Napoli, Leipzig, AEK Athens of the Greek side, and also we have Lens of the Ligon people. So these are the pairings of the Champions League. Let's go have more we can bring to you so you can see just what happened yesterday right there. And then I think I must say about Slovan Bratislava, our club side we just talked about not long. Yaya Toure is the coach of that side. And I feel great, feel very elated to see an African manager taking the side to the Champions League. That's a record for Yaya Toure. What he has done with the team, I think he's been not up to 6 months with the club side. But you can say Yaya Toure has put a smile on the club side's face. And right now, we're seeing Yaya Toure's team competing in the Champions League. And that's about Slovan Bratislava. He has got himself a record. And if you look into his record, you will see that Yaya Toure during his playing time showed class, showed quality. He has been amazing in what he has been doing. But right now, doing the job away from home, this is a great one. For Barcelona, this is the pairing. This is what it looks like. Man City, Paris Saint-Germain, Aston Villa, Sporting CP, Feyenoord, Galatasaray, Como, and also Saba. Yes, Football Club Barcelona. That's the record for that very one. And then, what have you? This is the pairings for the officials. But let's really just run away. Real Madrid, Inter Milan, Arsenal, PSV, Roma, Leipzig, Shakhtar, Lens Link, and then AEK Athens of Greece. These are the pairings of Real Madrid. And then I think it's just go on and on and on. This is just the Champions League pairings for you. But quickly, let's get to the top point again of the third one. This happened for me, the biggest story of today, and I'm very, very happy to let you know, to share with you. Man United, okay, this is just Champions League features. Don't worry, subsequently we'll bring them more so you can have for yourself on the show. And hopefully the guys by the evening will tell them more about the Champions League pairings and everything you will need to know. But let's talk about this one. This one has been the most celebrated news for me. I don't know where you're watching from, but I must tell you on the show today, this morning, I'm feeling very great because the Nigerian Football Federation people knows that I'm not their fan. It's what it is. When you do it right, we will sing your praise. When you do it wrong, we will not talk good about you. They're not, I don't know, the word is, I'm not a fan of the Nigerian Football Federation, but maybe right now, they are trying to get my attention. Not just my attention, your attention as well. Because we said it before and I will say it again, the body governing the game has failed us. Nigerian Football Federation, they did everything wrong. They've been doing it wrong. You know, the last time we had the World Cup was back in 2018. And 2022 in Qatar, we did not make it to the World Cup. This year, 2026, we did not make it to the World Cup. And at the end of the day, some people are just sitting in the office getting salaries. They're being paid. Since I was born, I've never heard where the federation body is being owed in Nigeria. I'm yet to know. Like, correct me if I'm wrong in that very phase. Nigerian Football Federation, they're not always owed. They always pay the salary. Now, as if that was not enough, the only people that takes away shame from Nigerian face of football world right now are our ladies, the WAFCON people, the Super Falcons. They missed out since its inception, 1991. We will not be part of the World Cup. That's how bad it is. And then these people came out to tell Madugo and his bodies, leave those jobs, resign. And it was not long the federal government did what they need to do, because if they failed, we want the bigger, the hierarchy, there's a structure with this. We want the federal government to intervene, and then they did it. If you recall, back in 2021, I think it was the president of Nigeria currently, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency, came out to clear the body, to clear the bills. They had money owed everywhere. Players playing, match bonuses being owed, Ibrahim Musokuzo continued on the job, even when we missed out of the World Cup, they didn't feel so bad like the nation felt. Now you know what's going on right now in Nigeria. Let's say it, economically, it doesn't sound stable. Financially, national-wise, in Nigeria, it doesn't sound to be like one of the best countries to say in quotes. But the truth of the matter is, we have a body that governs the game, NFF, right? The name is Nigeria Football Federation. The election is coming up next month. So one would have been thinking, why are we still having Ibrahim Musa Guzan on the job? Now, I said it and I'll say it. Maybe if he had come out to do like Justin Madugu rightly did, and I'm going to be like, okay, yeah, you've done it right. What did Madugu do? Madugu, who's the coach of the Falcons, came out to apologize to the people and said, I take full responsibility. I'm sorry. We are sorry. We missed out of the World Cup. We came out of the WAFCON. We got opportunity to make it to the playoff to get to the World Cup. We still lost to South Africa. It means that everything has not been going well. Now, guess what? Because people always come out to say, no, let's talk about the NFF. Let's be factual. They failed us. Before this tournament, before the WAFCON in Morocco, this set of ladies came out to complain. Less playing time. Friendly games, they had just like a week preparation. It's not a magic. It doesn't work like that. You don't expect it to be like a plug and play. And then they went to a tournament and they lost woefully. None of these ladies made it out from the CAF 11. The quality we have in our team is Che Guinea, Tone the Pain, Aziza Oshola in that same team, Gift Monday in that team, Abiodun in that team, O'Halley, Deminahin, No Plumpton, Michela Lose. With all of the qualities, none of our ladies made it in the CAF 11. That's how bad it is. But now, I want to celebrate with you and I want to tell you and I want to share with you. We saw the news yesterday, but it's really confirmed now that Nigerian Football Federation, let's just bring that to you so you can see for yourself. It doesn't sound like it's me talking. It doesn't sound like it's we giving you. So you need to know it's official. Nigerian Football Federation, they've resigned. We will not be saying Sanusi. I think Sanusi was on the job for almost 11 years. Secretary General for 11 years on the job. If person talk, like a blessed person they talk. The job where they do, not be your job. The national team. I say it all the time. When I had Shegun Odegbami, I interviewed him, I had him on the show, and I asked him a question. I'm saying, tell me about the NFF. He told me categorically to my face, he said, these people, where would they talk so? They don't forget, say, the national team, not be individual person. Now, all of us get on. So they're governing us. So you have a right to say, you have a right to speak. Let's bring the post so you can see. The post, that one you have on your screen is currently the Adidas. We'll come to that one after this. Let's talk about Ibrahim Musokuzo. The news says they have now resigned. Put pen to paper, and they've said they are not on the job anymore. But it's so bad that they left the job in shame. Yes, they left the job in shame. Now, who is the man close to be replacing them? Sheyi Olofinjana. He's the man, potential candidate. We don't even know if he will be winning it or if he's going to be a automatic player. I don't know. But one thing we've been saying is that we want the people that governs the game. And I don't know why he's still stuck. We need to bring that to you because right now it's feeling like we have to bring to you Olofinjana, who currently right now is the manager. Not like manager. He's got a club side, an academy side in what he's doing. But do you want to know? It's just what it is. This is the post out there, and that's the man you have on your screen. Let's bring it to you fully. This is the message out there. It's clear. Olofinjana is a potential replacement, a potential president who will be replacing Ibrahim Musokuzo. We don't even know if he's the right man for you. But does he know the game so well? This statement reads, NFL President Ibrahim Musokuzo alongside his executive members, committee you can say, and the General Secretary Dr. Mohammed Sanusi has resigned from their positions. Well enough, fair enough. This is a well-deserved. Now, what about Olofinjana, who is closely going to be a potential replacement? I'm not happy because I am trusting Olofinjana if he manages to be the man, but I'm only celebrating because we needed these people to leave. I don't know how you want to say it, but they don't work like they know this game, administration-wise. We want to see the body of... That's what's going on in French football. Watch the French football. Watch the NFF. Watch, you can see the difference. When you talk about French football, it's within the France 98 squad. Watch it very well. You can see Deschamps left the job. Now you see Zinedine Zidane. I don't know if you understand it. It's more like a routine. We don't want to leave it out for those people who don't understand the game. And in Nigeria, it's a different ball game. Do they understand the game? Missing out on the World Cup, the biggest tournament in football, and not even coming out to apologize to the people and you still missed out in 2026, who knows the fate of 2030? I think this is the right call. This is the right call, and I feel like this is the right thing we need to say. Resigning, this would have happened a long time ago. So integrity, we still don't even owe them all of those loyalty and those respect, because maybe if the federal government had not come into power to talk about this, we would have still had Ibrahim Musa Kuzuwa on the job because he was going for the next election. How do you want to say it? He failed Nigerians. He failed me. He failed you. There's no way to paint it. When it's white, this is white. It doesn't look like black. They failed Nigerians rather. They needed to leave the job. Because this game is beautiful. It's a beautiful game of football. You know what the game does? The game unites everybody. The game is passionate. The game brings the world together. And NSAS, we know the story. What's the other one? End bad governance. All of this in Nigeria. Then football. The game does not call if you're from Delta, if you're from the Edo Shores, or maybe you're from the Ocean State. It doesn't say that. The game is for everybody. That's why you have the national team, different tribes of people in Nigeria playing for their country, representing the badge, playing for the national team. These people have been owed badge bonuses, and some ex-international have come out to say they don't even recall how much they were owed and never were paid up to date. How bad was it? 1994, when we stunned the world, we were the 5th best in Africa, in the world generally, at the World Cup. Clemens Westerhoff showed class with his team. Some of them are late today. They were promised some houses in some places in Abuja. I think it was Lagos or so, I can't recall. But up until then, till date, some of them have not even seen any property. So this thing is not a plug and play. It's not magic. It can only work when the people that understand the game come to take power. And I believe that maybe, just maybe, Olofijana, who also had a job connection with Chelsea, plays for Wolverhampton, plays from the MPFL side, will just find a way around this if he emerges to be the man on the job. I don't care whoever comes in, but I care, or we rather care, the man who comes on the job to do it right and put a smile on the face of Nigerians, and so we can begin to understand what football is. Football is passionate, like I already said. Football is business. We have people who govern the game that don't see the business of football. But good news anyways, I think we recently heard about the MPFL Euro Match. That's the name, Euro Match. That's a brand connection and partnership out there. But quickly from that news, let's tell them more what's really going on. There's a new partnership, that's the word. Brand partnership, Nigerian Football Federation. There's a brand partnership about that very one. I think it's NFF agreed a deal with Adidas worth around $8.5 million annually. And then the partnership will provide, that's $4.5 million in cash and also $4 million worth of equipment. And then kits for Nigerian national teams following the end of the current Nike contract. So Adidas will be our brand. There's a partnership within Nigeria now. If you see that one we brought out to you, the footage out there, you could see the Super Eagles. When you look up there, you have to see the logo. It's now Adidas. We're not going to be seeing Adidas. Adidas, big brands. Anyways, we don't have to do with Nike anymore. Shout out to Nike for what they've done. The brand who have covered Nigeria for a longer time. But now the partnership is but I don't know who sealed this one. That's the question. We don't even know if it was the outgoing NFF people, but it should be them. Anyways, it should be them. So this is not a problem. Anyways, brand has never been a problem in the national team because every brand wants to work with the Super Eagles. They are the biggest brand in sports in Nigeria. And at some point back in 2023, we had the most valuable players. But now, I don't know, Victor Osimhen, who else? Maybe a Lookman. Who else? The value is dropping drastically every day. So good news that we'll be having Adidas as our badge and also partnership away from Nike. But Nike has done so well, so we must celebrate them as well. But quickly, let's talk about the deadline day transfer club to club news. There's a deadline day has been out. September 1 happens to be the day. We'll see how that pans out. September 1 is the day for the transfer news. So club side will want to get the best players for themselves because as it stands now, there's the news about Julian Alvarez, and Arsenal are close to signing Julian Alvarez. But let's quickly let you know that Arsenal have offered Julian Alvarez the possibility of securing a residency in England for his family. The club is prepared to wait for him until the last day of the transfer window, while Atletico Madrid sent a delegation to London last week to speak to Arsenal about selling Julian Alvarez. Atletico directly informed Arsenal that they would consider offers for Alvarez as in excess of £120 million, and Arsenal are prepared to bid in the final days of the window if Alvarez decides to leave. Yeah. So Now let's look into Alvarez's case. I think this is the biggest saga so far. This is the biggest of them all. That one you have on your screen, walk down the tunnel. For every time he touches the ball, he was booed at home. They don't want him anymore. They want him to go. They are done with him. Their body, soul, spirit, and mind doesn't see anything good about Julian Alvarez. And I think at the end of the day, the only fear is if Julian Alvarez doesn't leave the club, it might be at the detriment of the Argentine. I understand the case. Football Club Barcelona have not yet understood it well. This club have a structure, they have a principle. They are not interested in selling their best player to arch rivals. Now, one, they said it affected us economically. Secondly, socially, they are cool to sell into their arch rivals if you can pay the big release clause. Now, they've placed it. 500 million euros is the amount if you want to sign Julian Alvarez. And you and I would agree that Barcelona does not have that money. Now, because of the arch rivals, you could say the rivalry, they are saying if we will sell the Argentine, we'd rather sell to Arsenal. And Arsenal are hopefully waiting for the last day to emerge. Just maybe they might clinch on Julian Alvarez. Now you can see this is Fabrizio Romano post saying there is no amount of money for which Barcelona can buy Julian Alvarez. He will not be transferred to Barcelona. Either they pay the release clause, 500 million euros, or there is no deal. So the clause there, or the action where it says there is no amount of money. This is not about money. This is not about money. This is about dignity. This is about pride. They don't want to sell. They are not interested in selling Julian Alvarez. They want to keep Alvarez to themselves. They want to keep the player, and if he wants to leave, then Arsenal maybe. Now, let's even look into Arsenal, just maybe if Arsenal happen to sign Julian Alvarez, how formidable would they be? In the Premier League, they are already the favorite to win the Premier League. No disrespect to United, good signing. I think the club that has the best signing for me is Chelsea. You know, I'm liking Chavaria. They brought Strasbourg. They have the back hole, that boy in the midfield. We watched him play yesterday. The young man in the midfield from Strasbourg. And they have a quality up front. Danny Welbeck, Jean Pedro up front. Pedro Neto in the same team. Morgan Rogers, deadline transfer days is really out there. I think Arsenal also got some players for themselves. But the truth of the matter is that Julian Alvarez, if he joins Arsenal, I think, let's even say, if he joins Barcelona, Football Club Barcelona, it will be a plug and play because with the likes of Rodri, Dani Olmo, Pedro Gonzalez, all of this quality of the team, they can win the Champions League. But if he stays back or possibly leaves for Arsenal, then Arteta has got a job to do. He'll be the biggest player in Arsenal. Maybe, I don't know, maybe with a sell, release clause. But they are not saying we want to sell too much. We want to sell just for a little amount to Arsenal. It might be little to Arsenal. It might not really be little to say 120 million pounds to compare to 500 million euros. You don't want to do that comparison. So we wish Alves, wish him all of the best. Atletico does not want to sell. They could not sell Radamel Falcao to, arch rivals. They didn't sell. They only sold Antoine Griezmann. They had Falcao at some point. They had Aguero at some point. They never sold. So this should not be a problem. And Laporta, right, they say, the president of Barcelona needs to understand that they are doing business. So not getting Alvarez does not call for so much talk. And I think Arsenal are just waiting for the final day, which happened to be September 1. Maybe at night, who knows, on the 30th or 30th, or maybe close to those dates, they will have to sign Julian Alvarez and make him a Gunners. Time tells for that very one. So that's about Julian Alvarez. But away from that, let's talk about the transfer window. Let's let you know the Premier League summer transfer window closes on Tuesday, September 1, 2026, and then at 11 p.m. BST. That's the time. And then also key deadlines across Europe and UK is out there. I think it's 2026. We'll be seeing it. And then for Premier League, the transfer window will be coming to a close officially on Tuesday, September 1, 2026. So if your club side haven't maybe possibly signed a player of a choice, then I'm sorry, you have to make things look so right. So that's about the deadline day in the transfer world. Now let's talk about Chelsea going past Luton Town and making it to the third phase. Yes, this is Chelsea yesterday. I don't know how they did it, but they came out strong. And you have Bacco in the team from Strasbourg. This Chelsea side looks scary. That's the truth. I don't know what Xabi Alonso is cooking, but I think they are really, really a team to watch out for. EFL Cup. But we're going to a quick break. When we return, we'll tell you more about Chelsea and how far they've gone. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula One star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula One star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yeah, so many ways, so many names they have to call it. EFL, Carabao Cup, anyone works for me. But Chelsea did all right yesterday to find the back of the net when they needed to do. Signing from the man who you could say, some call him an old man. I don't know why they call him an old man, but I think he's still physically fit. That's the word. It's cool to go. Daniel Welbeck with a head. We just say the goal quality that they have there. He came in, he started the game. João Pedro came in later on. But I think Xabi Alonso is cooking something very strong. It was against a smaller side. I'm sorry to use the word smaller side. Luton Town, Wilshere, ex-Arsenal player, was the manager of that side. But Chelsea had the better squad in the game. Champong, Malago, so we just see him looking out from the game on the bench side. Because James also got a start in the game. And Lacroix, the new signing from Crystal Palace, alongside Levi Colwill, were in the center half of the game. And also at the left back, we just see Chavarria from Rayo Vallecano in the team. And then Blacko in the midfield, quality. Cole Palmer, Honest Again, Morgan Rogers, Daniel Welbeck, Esteval. The team is quite crowded. Started team. And then Pedro Neto came in later on. Chelsea were just a better side. But 2-0, one of them were on goal. And I love the Esteval take on. Now, the question is, have they gotten the players of their choice? Right after this, we'll tell you about Martinez, the goalkeeper, whose talk is quite close. But if I'm to be factual with you, this club side for me, a world-class team, you can say, take it to the bank. That's what it is. They've done well in the world of football. And this club is the only club that won the World Club Cup. You could say FIFA Club World Cup twice on different formats. Rhys James is the only player who have clinched on those trophies twice. Technically gifted Rhys James, the skipper of the side. Now, look at the business they've done. Look at this one you have on your screen. How do they do it? How do they go buying players on the cheapest price, selling strikers at the high rate? You have this one, signing Nicholas Jackson. I think that Jackson came for £32 million, selling him for £65 million. That's a big value. And then Liam Delap, who is now a player for, record signing for Nottingham Forest. They bought him for £30 million, the deal. And they sold him for £50 million. That's the deal. Now, McGill is valued for, I think, £25 million right now and signed for £5 million. So he's the man who might be joining Napoli very soon. So I think Chelsea is making a cool business. Like I say, they don't even care about you sometimes. They just care about the business, how they can make things work out for the club side. So Chelsea is a club side that we can be looking at in the transfer market, that they've done well, excellently well. They have a brave manager, Xabi Alonso, decent manager. And I think players would enjoy Xabi Alonso. team will struggle to have the ball with Chelsea. You know why? The reason is not far because the manager understands the game so well. A World Cup winner during his playing time, he's literally won everything the player needs to win, just maybe on club level. And then he went to Bayern Munich, he went to Germany, sorry, Bayer Leverkusen, and showed us that I've got class. He would have won everything around Europe, but Ademola's team at that point in time, Atalanta, shocked the world and spoiled the show. Now, Xabi Alonso did not have the decent time, the more time he wanted for himself, in Real Madrid. He got off, and we saw how they played against Fulham. West London derby, 3-2 it was. But for yesterday, they are now in the 10th round of the EFL Cup. So congratulations to Chelsea and Danny Welbeck. Feels great to see Danny Welbeck scoring that very goal. Now, from transfer news, Chelsea say that the only problem they have right now is the goalkeeping department. And now they're cold and ready to go. Let's talk about Emiliano Martinez. World Cup winner. I think his time is done with the club. Emiliano Martinez is a cool goalkeeper, right? He's won the World Cup. He won the Europa with Aston Villa with Unai Emery's side. They've sold Yuri Tillmans. They've also sold, what's the name? They sold Morgan Rogers. Now, if you look at this set of team, off with the bars, you can understand that he's a goalkeeper that is ready to come to Chelsea. And I said it before and I'll say it again. All the manager needed to do was just go and meet his representative, knock on the door and say, hello, I'm Xabi Alonso. Can I sign Emi Martinez? He's free. Now, I think the truth is because Emi Martinez and what's the name? Suzuki. That's the name. Suzuki from Parma on loan. The coming of Suzuki, who missed out to Paris Saint-Germain, is the reason why this man you have on your screen is going to be a Chelsea goalkeeper. Maybe deadline day, but representative have agreed that yes, you will be going to Chelsea. Now, the truth, this same man stayed with Arsenal for 10 years. So when you say 10 years, you can say 10 seasons. He never won the Premier League. He wanted to win the Premier League. That was like a dream for Emi Martinez, but he went on to win the World Cup. And these are players who you could say they did all they can do for Lionel Messi to win the World Cup. He was one of those people. He said, I would do everything for Messi just to win the World Cup. And he did it in 2022. He's a world-class goalkeeper. He's got a record to a high milestone, quality. But because you've won everything that you need to win in Aston Villa, then I can say time is off. He needs to go. So Chelsea will be having this man as a goalkeeper because, what's the name? Sanchez has been struggling, truth be told. Robert Sanchez has really been struggling for the Blues. He's not been decent. He's not been brilliant. He has the size. And I wonder why he's not owning up, taking up the job. Chelsea don't have a choice elsewhere to just go look for the Argentine and come to say, you need to come to save us. We need you right here in the club to do what you love to do. But away from that one, let's talk about the deal. Now for Chelsea, the reachable agreement to sign Emiliano Martinez club-to-club agreement with Aston Villa on the worth of £7.5 million and then permanent move. Emi Martinez already said yes to Chelsea's prospect and the project. He wants to move and hopes that Chelsea can switch ahead of the deadline day. So maybe before the deadline day, Chelsea have to pick this young man, sign him and make him a summer transfer for themselves. Now, new captain for Football Club Barcelona. Barcelona yesterday came out strong against the side, and it was more like a thrashing. 2-0 against Athletic Club. Athletic Club is really struggling, right? I can say. Rafinha scoring that goal. That's the captain returning. Rodri came in later on of the game. A decent Barcelona side. I can watch them. I can pay to watch Barca, truth be told. I love what they are doing. I love the way the game ended. I love what I saw when the game ended. You could see Unai Simon, MVP, man of the match. I saw the game from the start to finish. He was MVP of that game, not because of his side lost, but because it was magnificent, making a lot of saves, stopping Rafinha from getting a hat-trick or possibly a brace. Lamine Yamal was denied a couple of times. Anthony Gordon as well. Adeyemi came in later on. And our star-studded Barcelona side with Garcia on the goal post, Gerard Martin, centre-half alongside, pairing with Eric Garcia from the right-back row. And then we did see Paul Kubasi, Gerard Martin, Eric Garcia. I love the way they play. They are like a team that's ready to stun the world. And then Rodri came in. It was like a plug-and-play for Rodri. He didn't really struggle a lot. Rodri, Dani Olmo later on came from the bench. Pedro Gonzalez was good to watch over the night. Rafinha, Lamine Yamal, Anthony Gordon from the British world, Newcastle, making a move to Barcelona. with a big money buy, then this team would shock people. This team is a team that we should be looking out for. We should reckon with Barcelona. I think their Clasico will be interesting. Rafinha, the captain of the side, for the first time as a captain, scoring, I can say as a debut of a captain, scoring a goal right at Camp Nou. We can say Barcelona is a club side to be watched out for in this season. Now, they are also keen on having Julian Alvarez. If they can get Julian Alvarez, then that's a big fear factor for every club side. Just maybe, just maybe. Now, also a young man that can never be hidden. The truth is, you cannot hide the light in the basket. It will definitely show. Jude Bellingham. Let's talk about Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham does not care if there was an Mbappe. Jude Bellingham does not care if you have a Vinicius Jr. in your team. Jude Bellingham does not care about Voptvplus Valverde. He doesn't care about the team and everybody in the team. Look at what he has won for himself. Bellingham setting a new record out there. And let's bring that fully so you can see for yourself. Jude Bellingham, nah. I like him. I can watch Bellingham play. Quality, a world-class player. You don't put him on excellent, good record. He's a world-class. For every time he plays on club side, he shows the world why they call him Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham has shown everyone that in every time I compete, in every way I find myself, I will own up. We did see him on the World Cup. And before the World Cup, he's got just 2 goals. But now he's got a tally. And one of the greatest players of England football, of English football, one of the greatest players ever produced. Look at what he has for himself. Look at this. You can see for yourself. Look at all of the records for Jude Bellingham. Every time. He's still quite young. From Borussia Dortmund to Real Madrid, leaving the expectation very high. You can't expect less from a Jude. When you have a Jude in your team, he's big, he's selfless, his resilience is very determined. He's just quality. Playing like a number 10, he could play as a CM, he could play as an AM. And sometimes, I don't want to see him in the DM role. He started with that role, at Dortmund sometimes. But now, Jude Bellingham is quite different. He finds himself in the box to score. He knows how to carry the ball. He's very strong, energetic. He can't get the ball off his feet. And he uses his size very well. So that's the record you have on your screen for Jude Bellingham and what he has done. But from Jude Bellingham, let's tell you, and let's wrap up with this very one. There's the news about Bradley Barcola. I think we should call it a close with this one. Liverpool, Bradley Barcola, verbal agreement signing Barcola is just there. Initial fee worth around 100 million euros plus add-ons up to 140 million euros possible to the package for Paris Saint-Germain. And documents to be exchanged in 24 hours. Liverpool got their top target in doubt, and now it's done, you can say. In other words, Liverpool have also reached an agreement in principle to sign Bradley Barcola from Paris Saint-Germain. The transfer fee will be around 116 million euros plus 23 million euros in add-ons. Only some details remains to be finalized. So we'll call it a close here. Bradley Barcola, I'm a fan of Bradley Barcola. The difference with Bradley Barcola and Desiree Doué, just 2 things. One of them, I don't know, I think Desiree Doué is, what's the word, more skillful. But Bradley Barcola is he's a direct player. The goals will come. Quality signing for Liverpool. And he's not been training, really. Recently, he's not been, I think he's doing like the, I think his own is principled. But Julian Alvarez said yesterday, I'm unwell. I'm sorry, I can't train. My body, I feel some kind of way. I can't train. But Bradley Barcola is a man for Liverpool. The job is done. Adani Roller has got a job to do. Ngomoha, this young man, Godi Gapo, keep him in the club side. Don't let him go. With the likes of Zoboslai, Matt Kalisa, keep him in the club. Gravenberch, keep him in the club. Munoz is in the club. They've not really found that replacement for Mo Salah. But with Bradley Barcola, a serial winner as well, he is a World Cup, no, not a World Cup winner, sorry. A 4th place World Cup player, sorry to say, not a World Cup winner. He didn't win the World Cup, but he won the Champions League back-to-back. He won the Super Cup with Paris Saint-Germain. For every time, it's like a man you can say, you must play every game. But I love what Enrique is doing. You're not in the plan, so you can't play with us. You can't train with us. Just be on the sideline. And that deal is done. Liverpool have gotten Bradley Barcola, a player of their choice, and it's time for us to say, congratulations to Liverpool. You don't take where they find this man. And now they have Bradley Barcola to themselves. But we call it a close right here on the show today. Yes, you already know it's a Friday. When it's Friday, we give you all of the news just the way it goes. And hopefully tomorrow, 11 a.m. Nigerian time, we'll be here again to tell you everything sports world. Weekend kickoff will be here to go. And also this evening, we join the guys 5 p.m. Jerry Apollowa and Ikechi will be here to talk you through that very phase. But until then, the media news is coming up next, and the time is 12 p.m. Nigerian time. I remain your host. My name is Kizzy K, and I'll be doing this again. Don't forget, I'm the only man who reps number 10 jersey And it's time for me to go.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOPTV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Gathering. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demodia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the bad guests, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters. First, the headlines. Gunmen kidnap NYSC members in Kogi. Army kills 21 terrorists in Adamawa camp raid. Troops defuse bandits' aid on Zamfara Road. US to withdraw 200 troops from Nigeria. Simon Ekpa appeals terrorism conviction in Finland. First Lady gives 819 million naira support to fallen heroes' widows. In business, Nigerian equities rebound as FTSE confirms frontier status. In sports, Ikbeme appointed interim NFF secretary. And in the world of entertainment, Techno claims Fela was not alone in creating Afrobeats. Now the news in details. Several members of the National Youth Service Corps have been abducted along the Aloma-Egane Expressway in Ofu local government area of Kogi State. The Corps members were reportedly returning from the NYSC orientation camp in Kolokuma, Opokuma local government area of Bayelsa State when the incident occurred. In a statement, Kogi State Police spokesperson Saliu Afusat said a rescue operation was launched immediately after the abduction. She said the operation led to the successful rescue of 11 victims, including the drivers of the two buses. Afusat said most of those rescued were identified as NYSC members. The police command said it was deploying all available operational and intelligence resources to rescue the remaining victims. Moving on, the Nigerian Army, in collaboration with the Office of the National Secretary Advisor and Security Advisor Tactical Team, has dismantled a Boko Haram ISWAP terrorist camp in the Kopre Mountain area of Hong local government area of Adamawa State. The operation, carried out in the early hours of Wednesday, followed credible intelligence on terrorist activities in the area. Troops of Operation Hadin Kai reportedly engaged the terrorists in 2 encounters, killing more than 21 of them, while others escaped with gunshot wounds. The military said troops also destroyed the terrorists' logistics infrastructure and recovered several AK-47 rifles, magazines, and the substantial quantity of 7.62 mm ammunition. The acting military information officer at Headquarters Joint Task Force Northeast, Captain Mohammed Goni, said the operation was aimed at rescuing victims abducted from a Musa community in the Lassa area. He added that search and rescue operations would continue until all the abducted persons are located and rescued. Elsewhere, troops of the Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fansan Yama have recovered and safely disposed of an improvised explosive device allegedly planted by terrorists along a major access route in Bokoyum local government area of Zamfara State. The military said the IED was discovered on the Guruso Gwashi Road on Thursday, August 27, 2026, following credible intelligence received by troops of Sector 2. The Joint Task Force Media Information Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, said troops swiftly secured the area to protect motorists and other road users. He said an explosive ordnance disposal team was deployed and successfully disposed of the device. The military described the operation as another success in its fight against terrorism in the Northwest, reaffirming its commitment to protecting lives and securing critical access routes. The task force also urged residents to remain vigilant and report suspicious objects or activities to security agencies. Well, this report says the Pentagon is reportedly preparing to withdraw about 200 troops from Nigeria who were deployed this year to support the fight against Islamist militants. American and Nigerian officials told the New York Times that the relatively small deployment had produced significant results. Small teams of trainers and intelligence analysts are expected to remain after the larger contingent leaves by late September, according to the report published Thursday. The newspaper said American officials described the deployment as a model for future United States operations in Africa. Last month, the commander of U.S. Africa Command, Dagvin Anderson, said the U.S. had withdrawn many of its troops from Nigeria following a May operation that killed Abu Bilal al-Miniku, second-in-command of ISIS in the Lake Chad Basin. Anderson said the operation significantly weakened ISIS leadership in Nigeria and globally, adding that Nigeria had remained very active in efforts to eliminate terrorist self-sufficiency. On a legal note, Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa has reportedly appealed his terrorism conviction and 6-year prison sentence in Finland. The Finnish prosecutor handling the case is also seeking a longer sentence, arguing that the 6-year term is inadequate for the offenses. The Finnish Court of Appeal is expected to hear the case within the next 3 weeks. Ekpa was arrested in Finland in November 2024 and later charged with inciting terrorism and participating in the activities of a terrorist group. In September 2025, the Paget Hame District Court sentenced him to 6 years in prison after finding him guilty of the offenses. The court said Ekpa was using his significant social media following to fuel tensions in Nigeria's southeast between August 2021 and November 2024. As insecurity persists across the country, President Bola Tinubu has given Nigeria's defense and security chiefs a 90-day ultimatum to produce a comprehensive national threat assessment and a 5-year strategic defense operations plan. According to the presidency, the move is aimed at strengthening Nigeria's security architecture and shifting from reactive responses to proactive threat prevention. VOP TV's correspondent Matthew Ogunswada reports.
President Bola Tinubu has given Nigeria's defense and security chiefs a strict 90-day deadline to deliver a comprehensive national threat assessment and a 5-year strategic defense operation plan. The directive announced by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, is designed to transform the nation's security approach from reacting to attacks to anticipating and preventing emerging threats. The move comes amid renewed concerns over mass abductions and killings, particularly in Niger State, as well as persistent kidnapping, banditry and insurgency across parts of the Northwest, North Central and Northeast. The high-level committee, coordinated by Major General Adeyinka Famadewa, is expected to identify priority threats, properly allocate available resources, and develop clear operational strategies to improve national security. As the new committee begins its task, VOP TV got the opinion of Nigerians as they continue to express concerns over the worsening security situation and what they expect from the government's latest security initiative.
Normally, if there's no deadline to any occurrence in any state or task, the people in charge or the concerned people may not be, making it a timely affair. So that's the way forward. And I believe that our security chiefs are well grounded and they know what to do. With all the chips and every other thing, connection and everything, I'm very sure very soon we'll get to the bottom of this and Nigeria will be a safe place to come as a tourist and of course trade as a businessman.
If they really want to work concerning this security, they will work. It's like there are benefits. This is security. That's why this security and see go on. People are dying daily basis. I will advise our leader, our president, our senator to try make sure that our mercy they will save for the hand of insecurity.
There's no action that this government can take because they were the master planning. People in the government are the master planning of banditry. They don't have anything. They can't see anything to do to conquer the insecurity.
With the 90-day deadline now set, attention shifts to the new service chief and the new committee to translate this meaningful decision into concrete action. For many Nigerians, the attention is not whether there needs to be a new service chief plan, but whether this can put an end to banditry, kidnapping, and other insecurity ravaging the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you very much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that report. Away from that report, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu on Thursday in Abuja presented 500,000 naira each to 1,638 widows of fallen personnel of the armed forces and Nigeria police who died in service between 2023 and 2026. The First Lady said the financial assistance recognizes the sacrifices of the deceased personnel and is intended to support their families and create opportunities for their widows.
Who work tirelessly, often at great personal risk, to protect all of us and preserve the peace and security of our nation. The path of a military spouse is not an easy one. It is a journey filled with uncertainty, sacrifice, and ever-present awareness of the inherent risk that comes with loving someone who serves our dear nation. You brave women have stood by your husbands, keeping the home front, offering unwavering support and love. Also, you have felt the immense pain of losing your loved ones in line of duty. I applaud and acknowledge the strength, resilience, and sacrifices you too have made for our dear country. 500,000 naira each to 1,638 widows of our fallen heroes, covering those who have lost their husbands in line of duty since the assumption of office of Mr. President. This will enable you to recapitalize an existing business or start a business of your choice to care for your families. And we are here to offer a helping hand as you chart a new path forward. Some of you have been widows for some time, while some of you have just been widowed. I encourage the older women among you to give emotional support to the younger ones. Today, we will make a presentation of the sum of 657,500,000 naira to the Chief of Defense Staff for 1,315 widows, and the sum.
Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede thanked President Tinubu, the First Lady, and Nana Shatima, Vice Chairman of the RHI, for supporting families of fallen heroes.
Intervention by the Renew Hope initiative is particularly significant as it complements institutional efforts and demonstrates the value to which we place on the life and service of those who defend our great nation. It also reassures personnel serving across the country that the nation recognizes their sacrifices and remains mindful of the well-being of our families. To the beneficiaries, I encourage you to utilize this support judiciously for the welfare, education, and future development of your beautiful children. It is hoped that this gesture will provide some measure of relief and encouragement, particularly in meeting essential needs and supporting welfare demands of your daily life.
The Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, said the gesture reflects compassionate leadership and a deep understanding of the challenges faced by families of fallen heroes.
When the nation loses a hero, the sacrifice does not end with that hero. It continues in the homes, the hearts, and the daily struggle of families left behind. By choosing to reach out to these families, you have sent a powerful message that our fallen heroes and those they loved are not forgotten. Today, great numbers, families of our fallen personnel are beneficiaries of this intervention. This is more than financial assistance. It is a message of solidarity from a grateful nation.
Following reports of security officers crumbling and dying, the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, has urged officers to prioritize their health for improved performance. The call was made during the Police Crime Reporters Interactive and Health Facility Assessment session held at the Oyo State Police Command in Ibadan. Speaking on behalf of the IGP, the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of medical services, Nkechi Eze, expressed concerns over the loss of officers in the line of duty.
Cells ahead of time to know whatever problems that may arrive later. So that's the focus. We have the National Health Insurance Scheme stroke authority, and by that the policemen are able to access care without having to pay out of pocket. So we're trying to reduce the out of pocket expenses and ensuring that they have accessibility to the treatment they need. We have police hospitals all over Oyo State. We have the main hospital here in Elele in the command, and we also have other hospitals littered across Oyo State. So our encouragement to policemen is key into it. Nigerian police hospitals, both in Oyo State and other states, are doing well to ensure that our policemen are catered.
This address, if we keep to it, more of us will live longer than expected. And we know if you go by what she had advised, if you screen yourself, you'll be able to know your health status and know when to take your medication.
One thing people have failed to realize, or people do not understand about policing, that policing is one of the most stressful work. Very strenuous, and the AIG have spoken to us, AIG Medical have spoken to us on how to prioritize our health, do regularly check our health, and we keep talking to our personnel, officers in the field. The DPOs are here, the area commanders are here. They've heard what the AIG said. They will prioritize their health. They will talk to their officers, cascade this lecture as to ensure that all officers' health and well-being is.
Right, with that story, we've come to the analysis segment of the Midday News. Joining us in the studio is Dele Fanimo. He is a seasoned reporter and a political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining the Midday News. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, that's not all. Virtually, we're joined by Okweyemi Ogunlami. He is a human rights activist. You are welcome. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me with you.
Thank you for joining. Well, let's start off with the studio. We're going to be talking about the kidnapping crisis of NYC members abducted in Kogi. Now, we've seen several cases of abductors. We've seen several cases of abductions happen along the highways. And this is happening with travelers. It is happening with core members. You know, and these are the people that are meant to be protected, because this is one of the major interests of the government as a democratic system of government, of course. So what does this latest incident tell us about the safety of our major interstate roads, and why are these routes still so vulnerable despite there are security operations? You'd agree with me that there are always security checkpoints, police checkpoints, and all of these things, but we still keep hearing several accounts of these cases happening. What do you think of that?
Number one, the vast ungoverned area in the country is too large for the number of policemen available to man effectively. As at the last count, until the recruitment of some rank and file, I think we are just about 380,000 strong force of the police. And you have a landmass that is over 1 million square meter, if not more than 2 million. So how do you man? And majority of these vast land are ungoverned. And so how much of coverage can the police have on this? That's one. Two, you see, these people, they kidnap randomly. They are not bothered about who they kidnap. It's after they must have started profiling the kidnapped victims that they now know that this is a core member, this is a civil servant, this is a top politician, and all that. And how do they assess this? That's why we always tell people that, please, don't save your contact with Senator Dele Fanimo, Vice President Shetima, Governor so. Because the moment they look at your phone and begin to see those high-profile politicians and CEO of corporate organizations, they know it's a prime game for them. So rather than ask for 10 million, they will tell you if you are not giving 2 billion, because they know that these people are capable of paying. So I'm sure that they must have eraded these core members into the forest before they even know. Or it could be through this announcement, this media announcement, that they will now know that, so we actually kidnapped core members, because probably they didn't wear their kits at the time of the kidnap. So it's not as if there are no roadblocks, but it's difficult for a policeman to identify a criminal, but it is easier for the criminal to identify a policeman. The policeman will wear uniform. So from afar, you can say, this is a policeman. But if I'm passing through a roadblock, you don't know my mind. It's not written in the face that I'm a criminal. And if the policeman had to search every vehicle that passes through the highway, I tell you, you would have a long stretch of traffic in no time. And so, intelligence, superior intelligence backed by technology should be the game changer. And that also affords you the opportunity of detecting faster than, as a matter of fact, you can even be proactive using the technology. And then above all, what is the role of the citizen? I tell people that as a civilian, the Constitution and Police Act empowers you to arrest if there is sufficient proof that somebody is planning or executing a plan that is meant to commit crime, to either injure or to deprive people of their belongings. So, if you see some people sitting down and planning, if you can mobilize people in your community and happen on them at the point of planning, you have the power to arrest. So, it shouldn't be left to the police on the street, the man in uniform alone. Every Nigerian has that power to arrest. That's why most civilians don't know. 2, don't say because you don't trust the police, then you don't volunteer information. They are not witches and wizards. If you don't volunteer information, they may not know that something is likely to happen. Some people are gathered in some places where they were. And that's why we are talking about state police. Because no stranger enters a community, even at the dead of night, that will not be spotted that this one is not part of our community. But as bad as it is today, some of these people that hold information should be encouraged to go to the hierarchy, the top hierarchy of the police. For instance, if I have to give information to anybody in my neighborhood, I won't go to a sergeant, I won't go to a corporal, I won't go to an inspector. I would rather go to a commissioned officer. maybe like the DPO, the DCO, the DTO, and say, this is what I suspect. And it will swing into action immediately. We have seen cases like that, that armed robbers, kidnappers were caught in their den even before they launched out. In those advanced worlds where they say they detect crime as quickly as possible, there were mechanism put in place. For instance, the moment you retire, just like myself, that I'm a retiree now, what I'm supposed to do in retirement is to help the security agencies, apart from my own personal vocation, to be on the lookout. Some elderly people are trained to do sketches. So when they sit by their windows on top of the penthouse, and you see them overlooking the street from that window, you might wonder, what are these people doing? But the truth about it is, they are looking at the street and noticing strange faces. The moment that strange face appears on that street, they do a sketch. Is it an oval-shaped face? Is it a thin lip? Is it a broad face? What color of hair? And what color of skin? All that. Is the nose pointed or flat? They will just do that rough sketch. By the time they processed with technology and AI, there will be a close resemblance of that person that committed that crime at that time, apart from using the closed-circuit television camera. So that's why it is easier to detect crimes in those places. But Nigeria, we don't have. And what is the time of response of security agents when you make a report? Some will even be asking you, probably to waste your time and to also distract you. What type of weapon did you see them carrying? When they fire shots, how does it sound? And all that and all that. In minutes, you are supposed to be at the scene of crime. That will also boost confidence of the people that have been attacked. That a siren can debar a criminal, can stop a criminal from committing a crime. Just the sound of siren coming from the security agents. But you find out that in Nigeria here, long after the person had committed the crime and left was when they will come. And if you are not careful, it is the neighborhood, they will start entering various accommodations to arrest neighbors.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, before I go to Okwemi Ogunlami, you said a lot of things right now, and let me take them one after the other. First of all, you said that this security of a thing is not just the responsibility of the security personnel.
Yeah,
it's
their
also
job,
a responsibility
but
of
you
the
also
citizens.
need to assist them.
All right. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, I'd love to point to you that these major interstate roads, it has been recognized as a major kidnap hideout or a major kidnap place where those things happen. And it is important to know that whenever you know that something like this is already happening in a particular area, it is now the job of the security personnel to always be alert in those particular areas. So what you're basically saying now is that the security personnel are meant to secure, but they are not. They are not giving enough information. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So are you now saying that the security personnel in Nigeria are doing their jobs, but they are just not helped enough by the citizens?
You see, they are not helped by the system. Ordinarily, those police officers that are stationed in a static checkpoint, some of them are supposed to patrol those areas. But today, fuel is about 1,300 and 1,400, depending on your location. Now, to fill that Hilux box van, you need about 85 liters, multiplied by 1,500 or 1,300, as the case may be. Now, you are talking of about close to 100,000. Now, a DPO is given 30,000 naira to fuel that same car. Who pays for the shortfall? In a month, 30,000, and yet you are supposed to patrol every day.
So the government are not giving them enough resources.
They're not giving them enough resources.
So when kidnaps like this happen, we shouldn't blame the security personnel. We should blame the government.
So yes, if you want to send me on errand to go to Abuja to go and pick up information for you, depending on the urgency of picking that information, if you want to make me pick that information in record time, you buy me air tickets, you pay for my airport taxi and all that. But if you now say go, I would rather go to Beggar and look for trailer going to Abuja, which may take me about 3-4 days. And when I'm coming back, grudgingly, I will also take that. Now, which one pays?
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's take this conversation over to our virtual guest, Okpeyemi Ogunlami. I believe you're still with us. Well, it was reported that 11 victims have already been rescued, but some of them are still missing, which is quite unfortunate. But at what point should we begin to question whether our current response to kidnapping is too reactive? I mean, when I mean reactive, I mean we are waiting for an attack before security agencies move in. Are you saying, or should we believe that the security agencies of Nigeria are not proactive, or they are just waiting for something to happen before they make a move, knowing that this is already a trend?
Well, generally in Nigeria, we know if there is no disaster, we don't plan for the way forward. We don't have a system yet in this country. And then one thing that is common about us is also the fact that Nigeria is not an organized country, except when they want to commit crime. That's when you can have an organized crime. But here, we're not yet organized. Our security is not even working. At this moment, if you get to modern society, like in the United States, the sheriff is working with the FBI, and everybody is working for the betterment of the country. In Nigeria, the police will not work with the army. Nobody is looking at another as a united force against insecurity. At this moment, for us to be more
we seem to have lost the connection there. Okay, please go ahead.
For us to be more responsive, it is important to have all security operatives on board. The army, the police, the mobile police, including company security, bank securities operatives also need to be involved. There is no factor uniting, like for example, one of the bank security operatives, let's say for example, one of the banks have a security outlet they are using for their own security that follows their bullion van up and down while they have one police joining them. There is nothing that's stating that the security operatives in the state or in the country would have the link to the police, and the police will have the link with the army. Nothing like that in Nigeria. And then as we are talking about Kogi or Lokoja area, there are a lot of kidnap cases that are not reported. The last time I went to that area was about 3 months ago. And bus driver that took us around was saying, so thing happened here, and they killed a number of police on the road, and that was not in the news. So we only add whatever that comes into the news, and that's what we fly with. A lot of incidents of kidnapping are going on in this country, and we do not know about. So what we need at the moment is a united force against insecurity. If you are a Nigerian youth or Nigerian citizen, you find yourself in securing a house, securing an entity or an organization, any entity you're securing, you are directly involved in the safekeeping of your environment.
All right, thank you very much.
Security is everyone's duty, and we must take it very serious.
All right, thank you very much. Let me quickly chip in something there. We're still talking about security, right? But let me quickly tell you that IED explosives were found in Zamfara roads. Now, since we're talking about this insecurity and terrorism thing altogether, let me just ask you a question now. An explosive device was planted on a major road used by motorists. Now, the question is, does this suggest that terrorism in the Northwest is becoming more sophisticated? Do you think these people have arms? Do you think that there are inner crackers that they are working with that are supplying them with these arms? Because how are they getting IED explosives? And do you think that these people are beginning to move from communities deliberately to transport roads in order to kill more humans?
Well, insecurity and terrorism in the North generally is a political phenomenon. That's first, and is a way for some top politicians to protect their own empires. And then we must understand that whatever it takes them in that area, in the northern part of Nigeria, is what they use. So it's not today that we hear in the news that one governor in one way or the other supports or funds insecurity in the country. We've heard series of this in the news. So if we have explosives planted in the middle of a road, it means it has the involvement of some higher mighties. Some higher mighties are also supplying weapons to bandits and terrorists in the country. So it's not a new thing. It means that banditry and terrorism is gaining more ground in our country and it's spreading across like fire. And then, unfortunately, because of poverty, because of impoverishment of the mind of the citizens, we keep giving our governance into the hands of people who cannot even secure our lives. And that's where we have found ourselves. Everything is just about leadership. People in the North have taken over. Let me not even say people. Politicians in the North do not care about the people. They just want to care about their own purse, and they will get it by all means. So terrorism is fueled and funded by our politicians, which we must speak against.
All right, that's a very strong one right there. Let's bring this conversation to the studio. Do you agree with what Okoyemi Ogunlami has said, that the politicians are the ones funding and supporting these banditry and terrorism attacks? Do you also support Okoyemi Ogunlami when he said that the leadership of the North or the Northwest part of this country are being nonchalant, deliberately nonchalant about the people that they are literally governing? And do you think that the government really does have a hand in all of these activities happening? And if they don't, what do you think they should do better? Because all of this is starting to become a normal thing.
You see, it's better for us to put, and it's also important for us to put these things in proper perspective. You see, to the point that government is not, up until recently, was paying lip service to issue of insecurity. Yes, that's complicit. You know, two, most of these bandits are actually protecting illegal miners that are made up of foreigners and Nigerian nationals. The big guns. Oshiomhole had come on air openly on the floor of the Senate to say that retired generals are involved in all of this. So when you see them in the heart of the forest, what they are doing is to protect illegal miners. It was when they combed Orire, the Oyo Park, that they discovered that there is a thriving community right inside that forest. Wow. where they excavate uranium, lithium, and move it. They said from that forest to the nearest village, a bag of lithium, the Okada rider takes 12,000 as transport fare to take one. And an Okada man can take about 3. That means 36 in one trip. So if he goes 5 trips, he's already richer than that man that is wearing suit and tie in the bank, running up and down. So, and who are the people behind this illegal mining? They are either foreign nationals, particularly the Chinese, and then you also have Nigerian collaborators. So when they are idle, or when they are not making more money, that's when they stray into the town and then pick as many people as possible to shore up their resources. That is what is happening. So, to some extent, Ogulami is right, but not to the extent that we just put a blanket accusation on politicians. Not many politicians are involved in all of this.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I would love to continue, but we have to wrap up the analysis segment now. We have been speaking with Dele Fanimo. He is a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. We were also speaking virtually with Okweyemi Ogunlami, a human rights activist and public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being a part of the Midday News.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
You're still watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, Tinubu swears in Abel Enitan as head of service. These and more stories will be with you shortly after this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying tuned. Now we go to business. The Nigerian equities markets rebounded on Thursday, August 27, 2026, ending an 11-day losing streak after FTSE Russell confirmed Nigeria's reclassification from unclassified to frontier market status. The benchmark NGX All-Share Index rose 0.20% to close at 239,156.09 points, gaining 473.17 points from the previous session. Market capitalization also increased by about 305.56 billion naira to 154.44 trillion naira, while the year-to-date return improved to 53.69%. The recovery was driven mainly by gains in banking stocks, although market breadth remained negative. The banking index led the sectoral performance, rising 1.58% to 2,486.66 points. The insurance index edged up 0.03% to 1,070.79 points, while the consumer goods index fell 0.20% to 4,020.36 points. The oil and gas index declined 0.07% to 4,951.06 points, while the commodity index dipped 0.03% to 1,687.55 points. The industrial index was broadly unchanged at 10,378.90 points. And now in sports, Emmanuel Ikpeme has been appointed Interim General Secretary of the Nigeria Football Federation. The National Sports Commission endorsed the appointment of Ikpeme, who previously served as NFF Deputy General Secretary following the resignation of key federation officials on Thursday. Also appointed is Ademola Olajire, the former NFF Director of Media and Communications, who will serve as Interim Deputy General Secretary. NFF President Ibrahim Gusau, General Secretary Mohammed Sanusi, and members of the Executive Committee resigned on Thursday. Gusau had come under intense pressure following the Super Falcons' disappointing campaign as the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. The 10-time African champions were eliminated by Cameroon in the quarterfinals and failed to qualify for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil. Nigeria's U20 side, the Flying Eagles, also failed to qualify for the 2027 Africa U20 Cup of Nations. And to wrap up the midday news, we move to entertainment segments. Nigerian singer Augustine Kelechi Okechukwu, popularly known as Techno, has called for greater recognition of all the Nigerian music legends in the history and evolution of Afrobeats. Techno said the popular narrative should not portray late Afrobeat pioneer Fela Anikulapo Kuti as the sole creator or originator of the sound. While acknowledging Fela's role in taking Afrobeats to the global stage, Techno said several other musicians also contributed to Nigeria's rich musical heritage. He made the comments during a recent radio interview while discussing Fela's influence and the contributions of earlier generations of musicians. Techno said growing up in the eastern Nigeria exposed him to highlife music with highlife legend Oliver Di Coco among the artists whose records he is listening to. According to him, highlife is part of the musical traditions and helped shape the sound associated with Afrobeats, but its influence is overlooked. And with that story, we've come to the end of the midday news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Do send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0813-871-4129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Ketas. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello and welcome. My name is Precious Agumano and we are here for the Wafidel Pro Seminar 2026 happening here at Iruka. And we all know Iruka is the Nigerian sole authorized product distributors here in Nigeria. And yes, today we have international experts, industry stakeholders who are here to elevate, teach, and we are here to also experience what professional audio sound is all about. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
It was a day of sound, technology and innovation in Lagos as Wafidel Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. The event, organized by Iruka, the Nigerian sole authorized distributor of Wafidel Pro products, brought together sound professionals and industry stakeholders to explore the latest developments in professional audio technology. With experts' presentations, product demonstrations, and interactive sessions, the seminar highlighted the future of professional sound in Nigeria.
Wafidel Pro is one very old and respectful audio brand originating from UK, which is now spread into a large number of countries. We have more than 60 distributors and covering more than 80 territories, basically all over the world. And Nigeria is one of our dearest and oldest and the biggest clients we have. So we took the opportunity to come to this seminar to help present our brand, to present our products, to do some teaching, some training, some explanation of our new lines, of our new developments and things like this.
Well, we talked about how to give back to the people, how to impact knowledge in people, and we said, why not we bring together as enthusiasts, sound engineers, pastors, DJs, and equip them with today's knowledge when you talk about audio, and we decided to come up with the Wafidel Pro Seminar 2026. If you talk about quality sound, you talk about Wafidel Pro. If you talk about professional loudspeakers for any entry level, for the mid-range, the high range, the full range, any range you want, depending on the class you find yourself, the Wafidel Pro got you covered in terms of sound. So we want to make sure that at every point in time, anyone has a speaker to pick from us.
Wafidel Pro has always been a brand in the industry. Like, I've used it for like more than a decade because I used to be a live sound engineer, but now I'm not on field again. And during that time, I've been using Wafidel products, and it has been something notable in the industry. As in, it's very sound. When you want something of high class, if you want something that will perform, that is strong, durable, Wafidel is just one of the best options in the industry.
Number one, the aim of the event is to showcase what we have and to train so many engineers so that the mistake will be minimal. Wafidel has been in the front of the brand. The brand has been established since 1932, almost 80 years in the business. It's not easy to survive revolution and devolution.
That's the reason why Wafdo is still on the front page of the brand. So they expect to see a lot of new innovations. So we are here to celebrate the brightness of the Wafdo. We are here to rejoice and celebrate and show the world what we can do and to train so many engineers for free of charge.
Wafidel Pro has shown so far that it is not just about sound. It's about innovation. It's about technology. It's about the future of professional sound audio. I am Precious Agumanu, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello, people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And you all know that people are always talking about here people who are making our headlines, and a lot of important people. And yes, on the Spotlight Show today, like I always say, it's always an amazing time here. And you know, I'm still your host and special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi, and as it be with the energy. Okay, today I am not alone. I have someone joining me today, my darling and angel. Jessica is on the show with me today.
Hey guys.
I feel, you know, when I talk about, forget, Oyin is my boss and I'm the boss. But today she didn't join me, and I'm sure Jessica has that energy with me today. Jessica, how are you feeling today? Tell me.
Fine. How are you?
The weather is just so cool and calm.
Yeah, but I'm not calm.
Hey! You see people where they carry all the energy. You see her now. She says she's not calm. So don't be deceived.
By the face.
Actually, they know they judge book by its cover. They can play first. All right, here on the Spotlight Show, we're going to discuss a lot of things happening around you, and that's why we are here. So please don't go anywhere. Sit with us while we write together true stories that really matter. First on our list today, we're talking about Nigerian indigenous rapper and singer Phyno has released a new single titled Healing, adding another song to his growing catalog in the 2026. And yes, the track released on August 26, 2026 runs for approximately 2 minutes and 35 seconds and was released under Penthouse Mad Solutions. And yes, Healing comes shortly after Phyno's Na Afana. Freestyle, which was released in July. And the new release has already drawn attention from fans who are looking forward to who are looking forward actually to the award-winning rapper has in the store for the rest of the year. So this is a good stance. I actually love the fact that I always say this all the time, that what happened to most of our celebrities that actually drop a song once and in a long while we'll not hear from them. But basically, I think these people are really special. Do you know why I call them special? Because their songs are not just songs you just want to just get up one day, start writing. And every song, every lyrics that has been written they put so much depth, they've put so much energy. It's taking so much time to actually, want to absorb, want to know how they'll put everything out. And talking about people that are really special, let's talk about Fino. I have always loved him. His songs has always been amazing. The way he writes. Forget it's not just this controversial person we always want to see and people doing their thing, Afrobeats and the rest of them. But his rapping stance just says a lot.
Yes, it does.
I mean, this is really amazing. For Fino, I'm already excited about this. Trust me. A lot of people are so excited about Fino. His comeback. His comeback is really is really on the energy with energy. No slacking behind. Nothing.
He took his time for this one.
And trust me, these people deserve their flowers. When I talk about people that always put in so much energy, so much work in so much strength in their work, it speaks volume. And this is to everyone that has been there, that wants to still loves music and still wants to keep doing music. Please don't stop doing what you're doing. A lot of people out there are looking up to you, to actually do the most. So I mean, take the stage, do the thing, do your things, and still come out successful. Be great. So please don't stop because someone says, "Oh, because you're doing this, oh, you don't look good." So if I say your mind, say you sing better song. Trust me, one day you are going to blow. That's just the truth. Yeah. And Jessica, what do you think about Fino?
I think it's amazing, and it takes his time to be very creative. Like he doesn't rush the process. Things, yes. Like it's gradually, and the song is not something that you just want to. It's fine. Like you would relate to it, and it would get to you. Do you understand? Yeah. So I like the fact that he takes his time to cook something good for us.
For us, yes.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that I don't want to say Igbo rapper, but let's not go there. Calm down. There's a place I'm coming from. So the thing is, I actually love, maybe because I'm Igbo, but I don't want to say because of that. I actually love all our artists. Davido, when we talk about Davido, when we talk about most of our artists that are really doing amazingly well. But one thing about Igbo rappers, I think